coming. It's been interesting weather the last week, but I think it's been a hat trick of different circumstances over the last month, from ice to record snowfall to bitter cold. And I told the staff, I said, if we're going to break 20 on the day of the symposium, I said, it's not going to be a white shirt, tie, and a jacket. Not that I have a jacket, but I said the standard attire will come out, and we're supposed to be in the mid-20s today. So you'll see the zinc oxide on the nose a little later this afternoon, and we're amidst the heat wave. And I'm just really thrilled that we've got a nice window in the weather for a couple of days. As John had mentioned, we take a lot of pride in putting the symposium together. I think the staff, and I can't say thank you enough to the staff, because they have to listen to me, oh, here's something that happened, let's track somebody down from that. Or it's people we have run in contact with over the past year where I think, you know, there was something that they said that really fueled me, and you can tell there's passion in what they do that I think can benefit us. I think you've heard me use a lot of hockey analogies over the years, and I look at what we do very similar to the way of coaching, even playing. When I played many, many moons ago, I still play hockey, but I don't think most people that watch it consider it playing anymore. They look at it as, well, I'm not sure what they look at it and think. But when I coach hockey, I tell even the college-age guys, I say, you know, most teams that are somewhat equal, you compete for 60 minutes, and it's 1 or 2, maybe 3 plays that determine the outcome of a game. I said, since none of us know when those 3 plays are going to happen, you have to prepare and practice to compete the entire game. And when that opportunity puts itself out there, or that situation is there counting on you to make that play, I said, that's when you know, it's your time to shine, and it doesn't mean it's going to be a glaring shine. And I think we've had a lot of those experiences this past year. You're going to see some very unique incidents that have happened over the past year. I am very much convinced that a lot of the things we've had happen, in particularly the last year, where I know in our region here in Region 1, we've been on the national news, everything from chemical incidents to weather-related incidents, from right through all 4 seasons. I think the response, though, is a reflection of people like you that have come here and made the time, the commitment to make sure when that moment, that play is there, that we can put our best effort forward. Again, not to say that they're flawless responses. I'm the first to admit I'm learning every day, and I think that I probably learn more from my mistakes because I tend to make so many of them. But I think that's one of the opportunities that will always be out there for us, because we have a moving target that we have to be confronted with. I think a couple of the other things that has been really nice, we've had a very strong relationship with our partners in public health, emergency management, our leadership at the state level in the Office of Public Health Preparedness. We're very, very fortunate here in Michigan that this mission has been carried on and continues to go on, and all the rest of our partners in the coalition. I had mentioned that since right before Christmas we've had kind of a trifecta of weather incidents, and I also, you know, would be remiss without saying that probably one of the best things that's happened here over the past couple weeks here at Michigan State, being a Spartan, a proud Spartan, we have you know, a Big Ten championship and a Rose Bowl championship with our Spartans. So, and for those of us that are Spartans, that'll last us another 30 years. So, you know, that's okay. And I'm proud to say that. So we're going to move on. I think probably one of the best indicators that the program's getting better, I get squeezed to less and less time, so that's a good thing. Our first speaker, I had the opportunity to hear this summer at a conference in Chicago. And it was interesting where we had, there was some delays in terms of the traffic getting out of there. And it was related to a presidential visit and a Stanley Cup parade. So I should have been real happy with that, other than instead of flying back to Flint, Michigan, I was down in Toledo, Ohio, which was real interesting. But I will tell you that the passion that Dr. Kosowsky brought when giving that presentation, again, wasn't just the same things. There was a real dedication to not only being kind of a first-hand experience, but I think the practice, the preparation, a lot of the things that we talk about, you see how they benefit when, again, that opportunity comes forward. Dr. Kosowsky is the Vice Chair, Clinical Director of the Emergency Department at Brigham and Women's Hospital and the Assistant Professor of Emergency Medicine at the Harvard Medical School. He and his team at Brigham and Women's have been recognized for clinical innovation and excellence in the delivery of emergency medical services. I am very happy and honored to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Josh Kosowsky.
Thank you so much. As Don remarked, we met back in June in Chicago when, in many ways, the experience of the Boston Marathon bombing was actually still pretty raw. In fact, we actually were still housing some patients from the bombing at Brigham and Women's through June and into July. So what I'm hopeful is that this talk actually reflects a bit of a maturation. It's now been 9-10 months since the incident. We continue to learn from it. We've had incidents since then as well. And so what I'd like to be able to do is to share with you what that experience was like for us, particularly from the emergency medicine perspective, but we'll touch on the pre-hospital and the in-hospital experience as well. And in order to do that, because it's been a while and there's been so much that's gone on since then, I thought I'd start with just a little bit of a little clip from the bombing itself. This is first-hand video of the actual scene. It only lasts for about 2 or 3 minutes, but I want to sort of put yourself back in that time frame. Remember, it's a Boston Marathon, it's a day of celebration. Put yourself back in that time frame and think what it would have been like. And then we'll move on from there. So hopefully the audio video is working.
attack. What the role of preparation and practice was, what other factors contributed to our relative success, and then finally review some of the implications and lessons learned. So I thought I'd start out with an analogy. Don mentioned the country analogy. Choosing a baseball analogy. I know it's a little bit risky here in Detroit Tigers country to talk about the Boston Red Sox, but it'll give us a break. And this was our year. And people honestly believe there was something predetermined about this year. I mean, after all, this is largely the same team that had a losing record in 2012 with lots of issues. They go on. Not only do they have the best record in baseball, they go on to win the championship series and then the World Series.
And there was actually an article on ESPN that came out right after they won that was called "The Incalculable Luck of the Boston Red Sox." And went through all the different lucky breaks that the Red Sox had leading up to the playoffs and then during the playoffs. And it certainly makes a good case, that this really was not such a spectacular team. Look at the record the year before. Certainly there's some great players, but largely basing their claim on the fact that there was luck, or maybe someone would call it divine providence. But what I'd like to say is that just as preparation is important for everything else we do, it's important in sports, it's important in medicine, it's important for planning for disasters. And what you really find out when you talk to people who've done this for a while, or for that matter, when you interview the players in the Red Sox that are coaching, they say that this really started back in spring training when they got to Florida for the first pitchers and catchers reporting back in February and March of 2013. That's when the real hard work began. And the reason why they were successful in October and November was because of that preparation. So I think that analogy probably holds some water. But at the same time, you can't argue with the fact that certain circumstances fell into place. And I think the same thing is true of the Boston Marathon bombing. So I'm going to take you sort of step by step through what it felt like to be there, and we'll sort of touch on some of the lessons as we go. So the first thing you have to understand, is anyone from a state where they celebrate Patriots Day? Anyone in the audience? Like one other person. So I've got to explain what Patriots Day is. So Patriots Day is actually the best day of the year in my mind. It's sort of the unofficial beginning of spring. It happens April 15th every year. It is it's a celebration of the first shots in the Revolutionary War. So they have a fife and drum corps at the Lexington and Concord battlegrounds. Lots of people go out for that. There's a baseball game at Fenway Park that starts at 11 a.m. Right? So if you're interested in waking up early, going to a game, and then getting out of the game right around the time that the Boston Marathon is running through. And then the marathon itself is just a wonderful thing to be part of. And usually, if the weather cooperates, it's just a spectacular day to be out there. You've got friends and family. And it really is a so-called wonderful day. One of the reasons why the Boston Marathon bombing had such an impact on our city was because it was sort of like, bombing our 4th of July or, bombing our Christmas Day. It's really such an important holiday for us. As a kid, it was the day you look forward to. But at the same time, Patriots Day has some other features that really contributed in some ways to the response. So for one thing, because it's a holiday, the inpatient census in all of the hospitals in Boston were relatively low for a regular weekday because elective surgeries weren't being done, people might have been away for the weekend, got away for the weekend, so you didn't have the same sort of capacity issues. The emergency departments typically are busy on Patriots Day because it is a holiday. You've got a lot of people coming into the city, not to mention the marathoners themselves. We'll talk about the response that we prepare for every marathon. So the EDs tend to be prepared. We often have extra staff in place, or at least available to come in. We actually open up our incident command center every Patriots Day because we know there's this influx of people coming into the city, the marathoners, and all the people who come to watch them. So we're prepared for sort of a planned mass casualty, as it were. And so at the same time, the streets are clear because you've got a marathon running through the center of Boston. So not a lot of traffic. You don't have a lot of other activity aside from the marathon. Once the marathon is stopped, it's a pretty easy, Boston, which is typically a very tough place to get around, becomes very easy to get around. So all these things sort of conspired in a good way, as we'll talk about in a few minutes, to improve the response. This is just a sort of an aerial view of the site of the bombings themselves. You can see the finish line there in the middle. That's right in the heart of Copley Plaza. It's sort of like our midtown in Boston. For those of you familiar with Boston, the first explosion was about a block away from the finish line. The second explosion was a block beyond that. And you can see there's a medical tent just beyond the finish line where lots of responders are housed and ready to go. This is just a close-up of the finish line. This is a sort of a pre-event shot. You can see a large area that is generally used as a collection point
but it could also be used as sort of a casualty triage area. Typically, the marathon will experience about 1,000 medical encounters over a 6-hour period, ranging from things like dehydration, electrolyte disturbances, to just muscle strains and bad blisters. But they're sort of set up with this huge tent to take care of just the usual things you see after a 26.2-mile run. There's a large number of first responders, paramedics, nurses, physicians, and these are not like, what is it, physicians, these are not, nephrologists and pediatricians. These are folks who are really engaged and out there and want to be doing things so that they sort of have that first responder type mentality. There are also a large number of ambulances standing by for the occasional transport to the hospital. On a typical Patriots Day, we may transport a couple dozen patients over the course of 6 hours to various local hospitals. But it's sort of the place to be. So all the ambulances congregate there, and you just have this ready, captive audience. We're ready to take people wherever they need to go. So this is a picture from 1449, right at the time of the first bomb going off. You can see a couple of features. Number one, this is occurring right in the middle of the day, but at 1449, it's actually a little bit past the peak time of runners, so it's not nearly as crowded as it could have been. So that number already worked to our advantage. The other sort of obvious feature that worked to our advantage was this bombing occurred outdoors. And so there was very little structural damage. Most of the damage was caused by direct shrapnel or blast injury. You didn't have collapsing structures, and that's actually very fortunate. If the bombers had thought to do this under an overhang or even inside a building, the potential damage could have been much, much, much worse. The other sort of, I guess, fortunate is that the second bombing occurred very quickly after the first, within 3 minutes. So not long enough that there would have been sort of an influx of providers. So it did not, you sort of see that the second bombing is actually planned to attack the first responders. In this case, it happened so soon after that within 3 minutes, and it was a block away. You didn't really have a rush of response, so you didn't really get sort of the second wave of injury. It was just the people who happened to have been there. And it was also close enough to the first bombing, you didn't require 2 separate staging areas. You could sort of carry a transport victim from one area to the next and sort of organize your response in a unitary fashion. It wasn't like 2 separate incidents. So again, all these things sort of worked to our favor. I mentioned the fact that you had these first responders standing by. These responders, like I mentioned, were included not only nurses, paramedics, EMS, fire, and police, but actual physicians. Many of these physicians actually had combat experience in Iraq and Afghanistan. They knew about things like the role of triage, using tourniquets. They didn't necessarily have tourniquets with them, but taking people's shirts off and using them. You can see the people had these badges on these vests, identifying them as physicians. BAA, by the way, stands for the Boston Athletic Association. They're the ones who put on the marathon. They do an incredibly organized job of getting people down there. But there almost are more physicians than victims in a sense. So, where else would you have sort of, again, a planned mass casualty where you have all these responders just there ready and willing to help? I mentioned the fact that you had EMS sort of standing by. There were 131 transports on April 15th, and the vast majority of them occurred within 90 minutes. So you can imagine the idea of trying to transport all those patients from one central area. The only way this could have happened was because you had the ambulances standing by. If the ambulances had to get there first, arrive at the scene, and then be dispatched, it would have taken at least twice as much time. There were 30 of those patients who were red tagged at that main central triage tent. So these are the critical patients. All of those 30 red tagged patients left the scene within 20 minutes. And these are numbers that are astounding. They're remarkable. They probably can never be duplicated. But again, having a lot to do with the particular incidents of the time and location of this bombing. There were 3 patients, as you know, who were pronounced dead at the scene, but none of the patients who were transported, even the very critical ones, none of those patients have died either en route or at the hospital. So essentially 100% survival rate beyond the initial casualties, which again, pretty hard to replicate. As if there weren't enough things already going in our favor, I just want to show you sort of a map of Boston relative to the trauma centers. So first of all, we have 6 major trauma centers, both adult and pediatric, within the city of Boston. If you had to sort of, throw a dart right in the middle of where all those trauma centers are, it would be the sites of those 2 bombings. That's complemented of those 2 yellow bursts. All around it, up in the northwest, the northeast is Mass General. Right below that is Tufts Medical Center. Directly south of the bombing is Boston Medical Center, and then slightly to the west, there are 3 trauma centers. There's Brigham and Women's, where I practice, Beth Israel Hospital, another major adult medical center across the street, and then next to us is Children's Hospital. So we're all 3 sort of in one area. But again, almost equidistant in terms of the availability of trauma centers, and to the credit of the triage teams and the EMS divisions, they were able to divide up the traumas almost exactly equally, almost as if you went 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, which is more or less what they did, especially among the critical patients. Again, had the bombing occurred somewhere to the south, somewhere farther to the north, out to the west, it would have been more of a challenge, and there always is that sort of tension. Do we bypass, would we drive past those 3 trauma centers and bring patients to the more easterly trauma centers in a real incident? I mean, arguably you should, because you don't want to overwhelm one center, but it's more of a challenge to do that. Here, because we were right in the middle of them, it was sort of a no-brainer that we're just going to sort of rotate around, and everyone ended up more or less with the same number of victims. When you think about the reasons why, it's sort of ironic that the perpetrators wanted to do this in a place that was very visible, and in that sense they succeeded. But had they really been interested in causing more damage or more havoc, rather than detonating devices at the finish line, I don't have a picture here, but if you've ever seen the starting line of the Boston Marathon, you've got literally 10,000s of people huddled together and very little support out there. We're way out in western Massachusetts. The closest trauma center is 26.2 miles away, and there's not a lot of EMS out there. So again, this really works to our advantage. So I'm going to walk you through the timeline from the perspective of my hospital, Brigham and Women's, to sort of give you a sense of what we experienced, because there's some lessons there. In spite of all the things that worked to our advantage, there were some things that we weren't prepared for. So, as I mentioned before, in some sense we were prepared for a planned mass casualty. Our emergency operations center had been open since 8 a.m. that day, preparing for the influx of marathon patients. There had been years previous to this where, because of the heat or extreme cold, that we saw dozens or if not more patients coming in from the marathon itself. So that was always a sort of eventuality. We had extra staff on hand, and the ED itself was actually quite busy. We had been receiving patients, throughout the day, usual marathon-related things, some dizziness, dehydration, some sprains and aches and pains and those sorts of things. But it was also a Monday, and it was a relatively busy day. A lot of doctors' offices were closed because of Patriots Day, so we were seeing sort of the typical walk-in volume that we would normally see. Our emergency operations phone went off at 14:54, which was 2 minutes after the actual bombing, to let us know that there was a bombing at Copley Plaza. At that point, we had no further information, but people had been watching on TV and knew that something was going on down there, because right out in the waiting room there's TVs. Within the first 15 minutes, we'll talk about the response that we coordinated within the emergency department. But we really had to move quickly, because by 15:08, so less than 15 minutes after that initial call, our first patient arrived. And within the first 30 minutes, we had received 19 survivors. So we really had to work quickly. By 15:36, about half an hour later, our first patient was in the operating room. And by 10:30 p.m., our last patient was out of the emergency department and out of the operating room. The reason why I know that is because I, myself, to be perfectly honest with you, I was actually not in town when this happened. So thank goodness, got a great bench of people who can do this. I was actually at a conference, much like this one, with my nurse manager and my associate director to the Patient Family Centered Care Conference in Maryland. And, it's Patriots Day for us, but for Maryland, it's just a regular day. and we're in this conference, and all of a sudden, my pager, cell phone, everything starts going off. Text page, what's going on? This is kind of a drill. So we both walk outside, we're looking at it, and the TV is on in the little lobby outside the conference room, and both myself looked at Heidi, my nurse manager, and we're like, we've got to go. So we hopped in our car, drove to the airport, worked with our assistant to get a quick flight back to Boston. Of course, Logan Airport was closed, so we couldn't fly into Boston, so we ended up flying into Providence, renting a car there, driving up to Logan, picking up our cars, getting it off. The whole thing took about 6-7 hours. By the time we ended up back at the hospital, it was like nothing had happened. We showed up and we're like, regular day, emergency room, just kicking along, operating rooms are back to normal. In truth, it wasn't really back to normal. We'll talk about that. I mean, people had gone through a tremendous amount of trauma, but superficially, it looked like everything had just been a regular day. Almost nothing had happened. We felt like we wanted to do something, but there was nothing to do. The thing that what there was to do really was to debrief, because people had been through a lot. We'll talk about that. So one of the first things we had to do was empty out our waiting room, empty out our emergency department. When that call went off, the emergency department was actually quite full. We had 47 patients in rooms, which is essentially full. We have 48 total rooms, so virtually all of our rooms were full. There were 6 patients in hallways. There were 4 being triaged, and there were 6 in the waiting room. So we were over capacity. Now, most of the patients were not critically ill. Like I said, a lot of them were sort of walk-in patients because the clinics were closed. So it was really about getting those patients to somewhere else. It wasn't like we needed to transport them to higher levels of care. And so at 3 p.m., just after that emergency phone went off, there was a huddle between the emergency department attending, the charge nurse, and the director of emergency management, who would come down to the emergency department. And they basically came up with a plan to evacuate patients from the emergency department, either out to the lobby if they were sick, or to get them admitted if they were waiting for further evaluation. The reason we were able to do that is because we've been practicing something called code health for a number of years. This is something that was promulgated by the Department of Public Health in Massachusetts back in 2009. There were earlier versions before that. And in essence, it was a sort of a mandate to hospitals to find a way, under extreme circumstances, to clear out your emergency department in a moment's notice. The actual impetus for this was not mass casualties. It was actually pandemic flu. That's really, if you remember back in 2009, that's when there was a big flu outbreak. We had another big one this past year. But the idea was that we may have this huge influx of flu victims or SARS or something else. How do we clear out our emergency departments? And so they asked every hospital in Massachusetts to come up with a policy and a protocol for moving patients out within 30 minutes. 30 minutes is actually very aggressive. It's hard to do this. You really have to practice it. You have to have the coordination of the hospital. It can't be an emergency department only activity. As you can imagine, it involves things like opening up new areas of the hospital, be it the PACU, be it some kind of a surge pod, involving transport and housekeeping, and all the sort of things, sort of on the ground things you need to make these sorts of things happen. We practiced it a number of times, and so when we implemented it the day of the marathon, it went off without a hitch. Again, one of the reasons why it didn't go off, and 30 minutes is tough to do, is because the hospital was not full. If the hospital were full, it would have been a much bigger challenge to identify other spaces. Because it was a holiday weekend, at least we had the space. This was just a matter of the logistics to make it happen. At the same time, we began to assemble teams. And again, emergency medicine, we were prepared. We were expecting to have a busy day, so there were lots of emergency physicians, nurses, etc. on site. Trauma surgery, it just so happened that a lot of the trauma surgeons were on call, either on call or in the hospital doing other things that day. It's sort of like, as I said, it's a holiday, but it's not like a Christmas where people are home with the family or go away. So a lot of people were in the hospital, but not necessarily had a full OR schedule. So we had people around, we just had to assemble them. The OR schedule was actually relatively light. There were 7 open ORs, but when we identified this was a potential mass casualty, we all automatically stopped any elective surgeries and held those 7 ORs in case we would need them. We brought in anesthesiology, orthopedics, and started to organize into teams around rooms. This is something that we had practiced, and I'll talk about a little bit later, what that practice was like. The types of injuries that we were expecting based on a bombing, you never exactly know. As it turned out, it was almost exclusively lower extremity injuries, but there was the occasional head injury and other shrapnel type injuries. But we had prepared for everything across the board in terms of our trauma activation system. We ordered the blood bank in case we needed massive transfusions, and several occasions did require massive transfusions. And we sort of put the whole hospital on notice. So here's what happened. As I mentioned, within the first 30 minutes, we had 19 patients. And this was something that is really hard to prepare for. I don't know if we could have prepared any better. But when we've done most of our drills, even the drills that are relatively realistic, or even better, the actual incidents, as you know, you get a call and there's some confusion. Are we getting victims? Are we not? And then a patient trickles in, and then maybe 45 minutes another patient, and then a bolus of patients comes in. And part of that is just, if an incident involves extrication or traveling out to the site, the first responders get there, they have to drive back. There could be traffic. It's very unusual to get all your victims that quickly, unless the bombing happens right outside your hospital, which I guess could happen too. But because of the fact that the hospitals were so close to the bombing site, and there was no traffic on the roads, because once you got the marathoners off the roads, it was basically clear sailing. And because the ambulances were right there, it's not surprising that all the victims got to us within 30 minutes. I mean, in retrospect, yeah, it makes sense, but who prepares to get that many patients that quickly? Well, we had to, and thank goodness we did. So, 19 in the first 30 minutes, we got 26 within the first 90 minutes, and then sort of tapered off. We continued to get some patients throughout the rest of the day, even the following day. We continued to get minor injuries. The major injuries, the critical patients, had things like, amputations, devascularized limbs, major burns, deep shrapnel wounds, open fractures, that sort of things. But some of the patients who continued to walk in later in the day, even the following day, had minor barotrauma, eardrum ruptures, shallow shrapnel injuries, and anxiety, not surprisingly. Although I will say, at least among the spectators and among the runners, we didn't see nearly as much of this sort of walking wounded, anxiety type stuff as I would have thought. I think people sort of rallied to the cause, and unless they were really injured, they didn't show up because they felt like the hospitals are doing all they can to take care of the really sick people. And if I just have, a sprained ankle or a short of breath and I'm probably just anxious, I'm not going to bother coming to the hospital. People really did that, which I thought was sort of unusual. We would prepare for lots of walking wounded. There really weren't as many as I would have thought. The other thing that we really did prepare for, as much as we probably should have, was the post-event scenarios. Again, this became a week-long incident. Although, we continued, I'm not talking now about the medical people who kept sort of trickled in. I'm talking about the fact that the hospital was under tight security all week. We had, I didn't show pictures of it, but we had, television crews from all over the country, outside the hospital and inside the hospital, and this is the intrusiveness of all that. We had dignitaries from, local, regional, and national dignitaries coming through the city of Boston and coming through our hospital on almost a daily basis. That's just sort of a picture of Barack Obama when he came. He came on Thursday and spoke at the Old North Church. His wife came in the same day, and she did a tour of the hospital. You can imagine how disruptive it is just to have a tour of the First Lady, right? I mean, the security, everything comes to a standstill, right? I mean, no one knows exactly when she's coming or where she's going to go. There's another picture. That's Patrick, Massachusetts governor, who came to tour the ER. And of course, the ER comes to a standstill. He wants to go by and shake everyone's hand. And of course, we want to be receptive and accommodating. It was like that literally day after day. Congress people, state reps, everyone wanted to be part of this. They wanted to visit the patients, and they wanted to be thankful and show their support. So we had this sort of surreal, almost like Disney World environment all week, and yet we also had to attend to our patients, not just the ones from the bombing, but ongoing emergency activities, and tend to ourselves, the fact that we were still recovering as a group psychologically. And then this all culminated that Friday with the lockdown, which was really sort of a surreal experience. The entire city of Boston essentially went on lockdown, which I don't know if we were done before, it certainly hasn't been since. We're not here to sort of talk about the pros and cons of the lockdown. The bottom line is we had to respond to it, and we really hadn't thought through what the impact was on our patients, on patients' families, and even on our staff. Things like public transportation off the board. So, a large portion of our staff
gets to the hospital by public transportation. Well, there is no public transportation, so what happens? What does it mean to be on lockdown? Do we need to keep all the nurses who've been here, do they need to stay? How do we house them all? Can they go? What if there's a safety issue? How do we get supplies? There's the formulary truck pulls up to drop something off. Well, no, sorry, you're on lockdown. How do you do that? What about basic things like meals and lodging for patient families? They came in for an elective colonoscopy, spent the night, and now they want to go home, but they can't go home, and you've got to house them. Where do you put them? How do you feed them? These are the sorts of issues that we really hadn't thought through. It's sort of like sort of a combination between mass casualty and maybe a weather emergency is probably what it's closest to, and yet it's completely man-made. So we haven't really thought that through. Thankfully, the lockdown lasted for only about 12 hours, and so we were able to sort of piece it through, and there was a lot of information and disinformation that was coming back and forth between us and the state about what we could and couldn't do in terms of releasing patients, releasing providers, allowing people in, allowing deliveries and supplies. And one of the lessons we learned was, think about the lockdown situation in advance, about what all those contingencies might be. And then, the last thing, so the ongoing work involving briefings, in a sense, this is part of that work, is sort of talking about our lessons learned to others. But initially it was mostly sort of internal, and a lot of that debriefing was psychosocial, the peer support. You can imagine Patriots Day, everyone knows someone who is either running the marathon or at the marathon, and there was a lot of anxiety among our staff about who was where, who the victims were. There was uncertainty about what was represented, were there other incidents that were going to be happening. People lived in Boston, how secure do people feel? So there's a lot of that, in addition to just the general debriefing about people who had seen some pretty horrible things and who worked under some pretty stressful circumstances for a number of hours. So that's been sort of an ongoing lesson for us. We've written up a lot of our work in various fora, and that's been, I think, therapeutic as well as educational for us to help spread some of these lessons. If I had to summarize, what were some of our what were some of the successes overall? One would be the interdisciplinary teamwork. It really was an interdisciplinary effort from the start. And when I say that, I mean starting in the field, coordination between police, fire, EMS, and then the Boston Athletic Association and their staff, the nurses, the paramedics, the doctors who are working there. Again, in a sense, they train for this every year. Every Boston Marathon, in a sense, is a drill for them because they get together in these tents and they practice scenarios, not necessarily a bombing, but they're used to working together, they know each other, and they're coordinated. The ability to rapidly decant the emergency department in the operating room. Again, this is the fact that we have practiced this code help scenario, being able to move patients out so we can take care of the incoming. And then the rapid resource mobilization, being able to deploy teams of specialists for the types of injuries that we received. In this case, it turned out that were mostly extremity injuries, so it would involve plastic surgeons and orthopedic surgeons, trauma surgeons, vascular surgeons, but the ability to bring in those teams on short notice was obviously very effective. How were we able to do this? Well, we prepare and we drill a lot, especially since 9/11. We've had over 100 response team activations or drills for either real world events or simulated events. We just had a real world event just last month. We're talking about a cold snap. Well, we had sort of an indirect effect of that was a major pipe burst at one of our patient towers and flooded the 3 levels of patient care areas, including an ICU. And so on very short notice, we had to evacuate 3 dozen patients out of their care areas to other parts of the hospital, and have been and had to work to make that happen in a safe and effective way. So every response is an opportunity to train and to drill, whether or not it's a medical response or in this case it was sort of a response to an engineering problem. But we've done specifically 8 mass casualty drills since 2011. I'll talk about some of them in just a minute. And those are really designed to bring teams together around mass casualties. But we also do more regular trauma team training.
We have a simulation center in our hospital where we bring together teams of emergency physicians, emergency nurses, and trauma surgeons. And we do team training that's really focused on the individual patient. So these are not necessarily mass casualties, but just how do we respond to an individual patient? Because you got to start by being able to do that well if you want to do mass response well. And we've been doing that for the past 2 years on a regular basis. Every one of our trauma surgeons, every one of our emergency physicians has gone through that training. The other thing we've done, largely in response to the mass shootings that have occurred over the past number of years, is think about how we're going to enhance and make more robust our incident command system. We talked about the fact that the incident command system was set up on Marathon Day, but we do drills and trainings around incident command on a routine basis. All of our senior leadership is incident command trained, because like I said, you never know who's going to be there. As it turned out, like I mentioned, I was out of town, my nurse manager was out of town, but our second in commands knew exactly where to step in and what their roles were because they'd gone through incident command training, and I think that's critical and can't be underestimated. A lot of the training that we do is actually coordinated with other hospitals and with the larger EMS and medical community. Part of this is run through the Boston Public Health Commission. There's also something called COBIT, which is the Conference of Boston Teaching Hospitals, which essentially makes up all the trauma centers. And together with Boston EMS, Boston Fire, Boston Police, we've had some major citywide trainings, including something called Operation Prometheus in 2002, which was a simulation of a dirty bomb on an airliner at Logan Airport. And that didn't involve so much trauma, but just how do you respond to the potential of radiation exposure on a mass level. And so the idea of doing econs and working closely with the pre-hospital community to make sure that was done safely and that we protect our own staff. And then in 2002, sort of eerily similar to what actually happened, we actually did a large-scale mass casualty bombing incident involving the major hospitals, and also very eerily, the number of cases we received was almost exactly identical in that simulation to the number we received on Marathon Day. We received 30 critical patients. And the other thing that was sort of reminiscent is that our former director of emergency medicine, a physician who used to hold my title as vice chair, named Rich Zane, who's now out in Colorado, he used to help to build these simulations with the pre-hospital community and the other hospitals, and he was a bit of a masochist. Or I guess a sadist. Actually both. He was a bit of a masochist and a sadist. So he would sort of come up with a scenario, there's going to be a bombing at the waterfront, there's going to be X number of victims, and then he would always throw in some kind of a curveball, which we would call it an inject, that 8 hours into the incident, all of a sudden some crazed, lone wolf is going to come in and start shooting up the emergency department. We would just throw that in there, even though it wasn't part of the plan. And he would only do it for our hospital. And so this idea of never knowing what to expect at the bombing itself, that's important, but there may be other things, like in this case the lockdown or the enhanced security. Those things were things that we were sort of prepped for. And I think that's sort of an important thing, is to sort of prepare for the things you expect to prepare for, and then always prepare for something beyond that that's unexpected. There are lots of opportunities. As Don mentioned, you learn more from your mistakes often than from your successes. Some of the things that we could have done better involve patient tracking and identification. This seems very basic, and it's something that we drill early and often, but it's really hard to get right. There was actually one very unfortunate incident, not at our hospital, of a patient who was misidentified and was actually misidentified as one of the fatalities at the scene. And so when her family came to look for her, they actually were told, oh, she's actually fine, she's coming out of the operating room, when in fact she was one of the victims who was pronounced at the scene. That's sort of the worst case scenario. But even minor things like not being able to keep track of where someone's, there was a child who went to Children's and the mom went to Brigham and Women's, how to keep them in contact and make sure people knew where they were. And within the hospital we did a fairly good job. We have a pretty robust system, but from hospital to hospital we do 5 different trauma centers, 6 different trauma centers. There's certainly room for improvement. The label organization We had plenty of labor, as it turned out, but organization was the challenge. You know, we had really two different sites. There was an ER labor pool and an OR labor pool. And it took us a little while to figure out who needed to go where. As you know, you get this horde of volunteers, people wanting to help out. And it wasn't always clear where they could be best served. And so, you know, some of our follow-up drills are around not so much identifying who needs to come in and getting them there, but figuring out once they're there, how do you make sure they're in the right place and in the best position to be of help. Communication is a big part of that. There was a fair amount of miscommunication, particularly early on, about the number of victims, about when they were going to be arriving, about the possibility of other incidents. At one point, there were reports out there that there was a fire or potentially even a bombing at the JFK Library. I don't know where that ended up coming from, but that sort of spurred a whole lot of activity that ended up being or not. So you have to expect there's going to be miscommunication, but to be able to handle that both internally and externally. And then finally, our lockdown procedures. You know, after that, we did an intensive review of what are our, you know, how do we proceed with the lockdown? How do we coordinate that with the city and the state in the event that this happens again? So that we have clear policies and procedures in place so that we know what we are or not authorized to do and what our contingency plans are in those event that there is another lockdown. So I would challenge you, you know, as you walk out here, what is your plan? You know, how robust is your incident command structure? You're all away from your site, so what happens today if there's an incident? Is there someone who's ready there to take your place? What kind of communications do you have? In some ways, we are overwhelmed with communication. You know, we've got Twitter and Facebook and text messaging, and you know, how do you keep from being overwhelmed with communication these days? You know, sometimes you go back to the old red phone because that's sort of your source of truth when there's a lot of other information coming at you. You know, have you considered all the possible hazards? You know, what if there's a secondary incident? An active shooter emerges you know, who's sort of a secondary result of the mass casualty. How does that throw a wrench into your plans? And then finally, how do you get back to normal? You know, it took us weeks to get back to normal, but that's probably par for the course. But how do you accelerate that? How do you make sure that you can go on with your daily activities, both in terms of logistics, as well as the psychological impact, so that you can resume doing what you normally do? So in the spirit of going back to normal, I'm going to close with one more video clip. And you can take a look at this.
I'm Eric Gorelick, an emergency medicine physician at Brigham Women's Hospital.
I'm trauma surgeon at Brigham Women's Hospital.
And we're running for Team Brigham this year. In the aftermath of the marathon, we're proud of our city, we're proud of our community, and we're proud to contribute and support our team at Brigham to support our research and to support our academic efforts, and primarily to support the care of our patients in our community.
Last year we were both had the privilege of being part of the initial response and ongoing care, together with a phenomenal team of docs, of nurses, of physical therapists, occupational therapists, the whole gamut, social workers, mental health workers, to first save lives and then give back life. Be part of that effort for all those who were affected by the bombing as individuals themselves, as their families and loved ones. And so this has been a privilege for us to kind of carry that life, that legacy forward of giving back new life, of standing in solidarity with those who inspired us by their courage, by their tenacity, and by a lot of folks who were able to see beyond just the events of that morning, beyond their own injuries, to look at themselves, their families, their communities, their city. And it's actually been just a really incredible privilege.
This is about healing for our community. It's about healing for our hospital. It's about healing for our colleagues.
We happen to be lucky enough to live in this astounding city with amazing colleagues, communities, support, resiliency. I think it's also been inspiring to see people connect in solidarity with communities around the world for whom bombing is an everyday thing, insecurity is an everyday thing, and I think that solidarity has also been part of the healing process for a lot of our people. We each have our own stories coming into it.
family and friends who are been supportive or going to participate in this with us. So, and of course, our Brigham community and patients who survived this last year. So that's exciting.
Yeah, we're fired up to run for Boston on April 21st. Boston's strong. Boston's strong.
Okay, at this point, I'd be happy to take any questions. Yes, in the back.
How was mental health issues with the staff dealt with during the incident or afterwards? Did they have debriefings? Was it an issue? I'm afraid.
So the question is, what types of mental health issues did we see with the staff and others? It was a huge challenge for us. We were very fortunate to have a leader in emergency psychiatry who works closely with us. He was on scene along with everyone else during the response itself. The reason why he was there actually was not specifically to be the psychiatrist or the staff, but because we had a number of psychiatric patients boarding in the emergency department at the time, and so we called them down and we said, listen, we've got these psychiatric boarders. The last thing they need to see is a bunch of marathon victims. We need to get them out of here. And he was able to very quickly get those patients placed either elsewhere in the hospital or at psychiatric facilities. So that was his entree in. But once he got there, we're like, you're not leaving. We've got some psychiatric people of our own, and he and his team started with the patients and their families, but didn't finish until every one of our staff members had been counseled. And it's been an ongoing process in all of our debriefings, thinking about the mental health of our own staff and our own providers. As I mentioned, it wasn't just the fact that we had seen some pretty gruesome and horrific injuries and heard some pretty terrible stories, but there was that anxiety that persisted about our own safety, the safety of people, of our loved ones who might have been at the incident, and so it really took his entire team. And emergency psychiatry is a big, important part of the response, and something that you don't necessarily think about. We sort of happen to have it, but if you hadn't thought about that, it would be something really important. Yes.
Continue with that. With the community, did you see a rise in need for the city and to provide counseling or aftermath care? And did you see a rise in people coming to your facilities just as following up, like for a week or a month afterwards?
Yeah, so the question is, what sort of longer-term impact did we see in the community in terms of psychiatric illness, mental health, at least as affecting the ED? It was interesting because we certainly saw some. We certainly saw some people who would come in and say, I just can't sleep, or I'm really struggling. But at the same time, I think a lot of that was also suppressed, for better or for worse. A lot of it was suppressed. I think people really had this sort of idea of rallying around the city and trying to be supportive and trying not to seek help unless they really needed it. But I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying that you typically see on any day, you see a lot of people who are just anxious or nervous or somaticizing their symptoms. We didn't see a lot of that in the aftermath of the bombing because I think people felt like the hospitals are busy enough, the ERs are stretched enough, and if it's really not that serious, I'm not going to show up. So that was our experience. I don't know if that's good or bad, but that was the reality. Yes?
I imagine you closed the ER down to other ambulances when this happened, but do you do that on a regular basis? If you did do that this time, did you do that?
So the question is, did we close the ER down to other ambulances? The answer no. We remained open for ambulance traffic, so if there was a heart attack or a stroke or some other trauma somewhere else, those patients continued to come in. And we did see a handful of those patients. It was not as if all of the EMS was diverted there. There's a planned diversion of resources for the Boston Marathon, and that pretty much covered. They didn't have to pull additional resources there. So again, that I guess in some ways worked to our favor, that the regular EMS sort of operated as would in any other Patriots Day. And we did continue to see, I'm blanking on it right now, but there were a couple of other pretty high-profile cases that came in along that time. And the reason I remember that is because when we were actually going through the numbers, we had to sort of separate that out and say, oh, that was a trauma, but that was not from the bombing. That was just, someone who was in a house fire, or someone who fell, or whatever it was. So, yeah, the routine activities more or less continued. Obviously, we didn't see a lot of walk-in volume because people, like I said, tried to stay away. But other ambulance traffic was not diverted. Yes, in the back.
You mentioned that there was a concentration of ambulances and medical personnel at the finish line. Do you plan to change that more along the route in the future, or is that for elements that remain the same?
So the question is the concentration of EMS personnel and first responders at the finish line. Is that something we want to continue to do, or is that subject to change? So I think it remains to be seen exactly what the Boston Marathon security response is going to look like next year. Certainly it's going to be enhanced, and I imagine there will be more of a presence throughout the marathon. There are medical stations, medical tents all along the marathon as it is. I don't know if it's at every mile marker or exactly how it's set up, but there are sort of strategically located sites of medical personnel. None of them are nearly as big as the finish line. The reason is because that's typically where most of the routine injuries and illnesses are seen. You've got the largest crowd of people at the finish line in terms of spectators, but also in terms of people who finish the marathon. That's where you're going to see most of the dehydration, and the soreness and the electrolyte imbalances and all that is going to be at the end. So I think in terms of the distribution of resources, it's probably not likely to change, although I think in general everything will be enhanced just a little bit, certainly next year, because we're expecting a much larger crowd and much more of a security presence. Yes?
How did you resolve some of the lockdown issues?
Question is, how do we resolve the lockdown issues? So this is ongoing, and it involves conversations not only internally, but with the state and the City of Boston, the Public Health Commission. It's really about sort of setting out clear policies about what a lockdown means. And it turns out that there is no such thing as one lockdown. We're actually talking about different stages of lockdown, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. And in each stage, certain things are either permitted or not permitted. And then you can have your own local ordinances as well. As a hospital, you can decide what you want to do in your local environment. But citywide, just for ease of communication, we need to be able to know that for a stage 1 or stage 2 lockdown, what types of things we can or can't do. So I think part of it has really been about just clarifying what it means to be locked down. And then once you have those parameters, you then do whatever preparation you would normally do, whether it's a weather incident or a natural disaster, to think about what the implications would be if, for example, we couldn't get any deliveries for a 24-hour period or a 72-hour period. How would we respond? Well, that would be sort of analogous to what if a tornado gave, if there was a severe blizzard or something like that. But I think that for us, the main challenge was just the confusion about what we could or couldn't do. The communication piece was clearly the lead that we had to solve. Yes?
Did you provide any instructions to staff about how to handle all the press?
Great question. Did we provide instructions to the staff about how to handle the press? We did. Basically, we asked people to relay any press requests through our public relations division, and I think that served us well in our hospital. Most of the spokespeople were either professionals or were vetted through the PR office, so we didn't have people just wandering out of the hospital and talking to reporters on the way out. I think we were pretty good about getting that message out. Not so much as some of the other hospitals. You may have seen on the news varieties of people getting interviewed. Some of them are kind of shaking their heads like, why would you be saying that? But our hospital, PR team was pretty on top of it from the get-go. They're part of our incident command structure, and they really regulated the messages, at least the outward messages that were coming from our staff. Yes, on the way back.
Did you have any communication issues getting from Maryland to Boston, to trying to get hold of your staff back in Boston? Were there any telecommunication issues of any sort?
So the question is, were there any telecom issues personally? No. Like I said, we test and trial our emergency response system all the time. So if anything, like I said, I got too much communication, and I was able to get on the horn and speak to who I needed right away. Overall, I think the communications were more challenging internal to the hospital. We were able to get people in, but then once they got there, harder in the local environment to figure out where people needed to go. Some of that is just nuts and bolts, is just sort of designating this is going to be our labor pool for the operating room, this is going to be our labor pool for the ER. If you're one of these kinds of people, line up over here. Having some of those things sort of pre-populated and pre-formulated in advance, I think would have been helpful. Yes, in the back.
A couple more mental health questions.
Yeah.
On the debriefings for the staff, were they done in kind of a group format, and was everybody required to be here and stay there for that? And then another piece on how your hospital handled the needs, the mental health needs of the family members of the patients.
So the questions about mental health debriefings for our own staff and then about family members. So for our staff, we did a variety of debriefings. There was what we call the hot wash, which was just sort of on the same site, the same day, and those were multidisciplinary in real time before people left for the end of their shifts. We then followed up with sort of discipline-specific debriefings where we couldn't require but strongly encourage people to attend. And they were actually pretty powerful. There were many a tear shed when people felt in a comfortable space to do that. And sometimes the most comfortable space for that is sort of in a small group of people that you know well. So we did one just for the emergency residents, we did one just for the attendings, one for nurses, and I think that was sort of therapeutic in that way. As far as mental health needs of the families, most of that was done by the emergency psychiatry team, and a lot of it was done informally. Not a lot of those patients, of those families registered as patients, but many of them were seen by the psychiatry team and then referred for outpatient counseling in follow-up. And I don't have specific information on the follow-up part, but I do know that they continue to this day to follow some of those patients. In the back.
Kind of going back to your first comments about being lucky, that second bombing not being between the finish line and where the emergency responders were at, probably very, very lucky. Is there a plan in place like a secondary theater of each emergency responders if that second bombing was taken out as part of the first wave?
So that's a great question. I don't have the answer to it. So the question is, how do you prepare for the second wave bombing, or the bombing that is directed at the first responders? I'm not an expert on this topic, but I do know that there is some controversy as to whether your first response should be to secure the area and make absolutely certain there's not going to be a second bombing. Of course, if you do that, what if someone's exsanguinating, as in this case? One of the reasons the lives were saved is because the first responder did rush in and apply tourniquets and did triage. But by the same token, if there had been enough second bomb that had killed those people, we would be sitting here, second guessing that decision. So I don't have a good answer to that. Maybe someone else later in this conference will have a better answer for that question. But to me, it seems like a really tough one. Yes.
Getting back to one of your initial comments or statements about the number of patients that were moved in 90 minutes over 100, that is truly an amazing feat. And I was curious to know on the hospital side, of the 6 trauma centers, what was the bed capacity at the time, and how fast were you guys given the information on the number of patients?
That's a great question. So, most of the data I showed was specific to our hospital, but when you look at the other hospitals' responses, they're almost exactly the same. They were more or less in the same position in terms of how well staffed they were, how busy they were. Most of the emergency departments were fairly full, but the hospitals had capacity and the ORs had capacity. And we were feeding back in real time what our capacities were. They were more or less the same. And because of that, the distribution of patients ended up being almost exactly equal. So Mass General also got somewhere between 20 and 30 survivors. The same thing for Boston Medical Center. The Children's Hospital is a little different because they just did pediatrics. But the distribution almost fell along the exact lines of capacity.
Did they have to activate their surge, just out of curiosity? Surge plans?
Are you talking about Children's?
Any of them?
They all did.
They all did.
Yeah, they all did. Yes.
How was that distribution determined? Was it just luck that they got distributed evenly, or was there someone overseeing that?
So the question is, how was the distribution determined? This is done centrally through Boston's CMED, the emergency response system. That's something that is drilled very, very frequently. We drill that probably a couple times a year, have the distribution of patients. In this case, like I said, it was very easy to do because you could have just done 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and if you just did that way, it would have worked out. But sometimes it's not that simple, depending on the location and the capacity of the hospitals and the types of injuries. You might not think that 1, 1, 1 might not be the best way, but this was coordinated. It wasn't just luck. That piece was actually planned. Time for 2 more questions. Yeah.
Can you comment or have any information on how the communication
So great question. You know, what was the interaction with investigators, FBI, Boston Police, etc. There was a huge presence from the get-go, and again, because the Boston Marathon is a big event, you've got that presence there anyway. And they were on scene right away. They were at the hospital. They arrived more or less the same time as the victims did. They essentially, you know, integrated themselves into the teams and, you know, followed those patients throughout their stays in the hospital. In part because of the evidentiary elements of it, and in part because of security concerns. There was like Phil also mentioned, this is probably important, that there was a certain anxiety that perhaps one or more of the victims was actually a perpetrator, you know, this is one of those things that you feel badly about, but there was one victim who was of Middle Eastern descent, and immediately suspicion, said, this must be involved. But the fact is that there was a security person with every victim, so it wasn't as if that person was singled out. There was security presence with every victim who was there, once we were reassured that the victim was not a perpetrator, that none of the victims were expected to be perpetrators, we all breathed a sigh of relief, because there was this anxiety that one of the patients coming out of the operating room or in the ICU could actually be the bomber. I think people felt very uneasy about that. But once that concern was allayed, which was I think within 24 hours, we knew that the bomber was not in any of the hospitals. We all felt a little bit better and breathed a sigh of relief there. Last question in the back. Because I guess, Don, it's only perfect you get the last question, right?
You mentioned how beneficial the exercise, the program over the last 12, 13 years, how it's benefited responses like this. How has the program changed? And I guess I'll frame it. One of the struggles I'm sure you have, we have with our facilities, regardless if it's a hospital, long-term care facility, or a county, is finding the time and getting your upper level management to always, because sometimes those folks change, and on a top-down approach that this is really important, because that you don't know when your time is going to be today. How has your exercise program kind of evolved and maybe changed over this last few years?
Yeah, so this actually changed before the bombing, and I alluded to some of the active shooter incidents that we've unfortunately seen in the past 2 or 3 years. It was after the Colorado shooting, which is now, about a year and a half ago. It was after that incident that we actually made a presentation to the hospital boards called "Are We Ready?", which was basically saying, if there was a mass shooting, at the movie theater down the block from us, would we be able to respond? And I think coming on the heels of so many of these incidents, that actually resonated and struck a chord, and that is what sort of jolted the senior leadership into really taking this incident command idea seriously and making sure everyone got trained. Again, a lot of this sort of ground floor stuff that had already been done and was in the works and continues to happen, but in terms of engaging the senior leadership, it was that presentation that I think really turned the corner for us. So it's 10:15. I'm going to stop here, and I'm unfortunately not able to stay for much longer because I've got to take a flight back. But thank you again for the opportunity, and good luck with the rest of the conference.
Okay, I'm going to ask if we can, we'll bring the decibel level right down just a little bit. And as the crowd is kind of rolling in, there's always a couple of attachments that I know when we talk about how disasters, I know a lot of you have always said, it's always amazing to me how closely tied we are to some of these things. Last year, it was very ironic. There's a group here from the MSU Nursing School, and I want to say welcome. They every year send a few people. This year they've got a big group, but I give some MCI little super duper quick Cliff's Notes versions, mass casualty triage, and we go over a couple of other things. But last year in the spring, I was it was in the late morning afternoon. I tried to update my PowerPoint presentation on mass casualty incidents. I changed it from what I had the year before to an explosion scenario. that was also the same day that our son, and my son and daughter both go to school out east, and he went with some hockey buddies down to watch the Boston Marathon. And I had a picture from him at the finish line. He said, "Dad, it's real surreal out here." He sent me a little picture message on the phone, which for those that know my technical skills, that's a big step forward for me. And he said, you know, I got to see the first, and it was one of the racing chairs that came across. He said, really, really cool, and we're going to go grab some lunch. And then it was, you know, I thought it's kind of neat. And then I got a phone call about an hour and a half later from my wife, and I'm still trying to do my due diligence, updating my PowerPoint. And she said, "Did you see the news?" And I, well, no, I'm here working and getting this done. And she told me what had happened. And as it turned out, it was all fine. And he was about 20 yards from the second explosion. They were inside. And the reason they were inside eating lunch is because you can't just walk across the street there. They had to meet some people across the street, but they had to go all the way down and around, blocks and blocks, and come back up. So that was kind of a direct tie. On a more uplifting note, the Boston Bruins, and I was telling Dr. Kosowsky, one of their star defensemen, Torrey Krug, a Michigan State Spartan grad, came, I should say, he left a year early, but he is going to be finishing up his schooling. But he's born and raised in Michigan, so we have a Michigan connection on the Bruins out there in Boston. And I think one of the last things, I forgot and neglected to thank both Mary Duncan, our volunteer champion, and Luke, our MSU intern this semester. We take a lot of pride in being part of the internship program here with Michigan State, and it's always really nice to see how they really help us out. So thanks again for the great work with the staff and how we've been able to pull this off. I did get the message, the memo that was sent up to me. Yeah, I feel the cool air. We're just taking cool air from the outside, keep it cool in here, I think, but we don't want to get it to where it becomes a furnace, and actually I'm pretty comfortable. I don't know about, I'm just kidding, I'm going to relay the message on that. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, and for those that know me, I like to keep things short, concise, and to the point, especially when it comes to introductions. And you have a nice bio to read on everybody, but our next speaker, Dr. Eric Pfeifer, is the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Oklahoma. I'd like to give him a nice big Michigan State welcome.
Okay, good. First, I'd like to ask if there are any medical examiners or MBIs in the audience. Hi, I wish I could stay longer, but we've got legislative sessions starting Monday, so Friday I got to go home tomorrow and do the brain dance for money. So I won't be able to stay too long to chat. I'd like to preface this by saying that I'm going to be showing a few very graphic images. Well, let's just go to plan B. How does this work? Usually I like the kind of a peripatetic thing and walk around, but I'll get this to work here. There are a lot of graphic images in this presentation, and I just wanted to forewarn everybody that given the nature of my job, that this is part and parcel of what we do, so especially for the non-medical people, this could be quite shocking. The third thing I'd like to say is that where this temperature is the norm sometimes in the summer, it's really nice to be back into a place that has a decent winter. I spent 15 years in Rochester, Minnesota, and so it's nice to feel a good winter again. I want to talk about our experiences with the recent tornadoes of 2013 and our experiences therein, and the lessons we learned or relearned and continue to relearn after every disaster from those. Just want to point out that I don't have any commercial relationships with any of the products or devices that you might see in this presentation. Oklahoma is no stranger to mass fatalities, and if you'll witness this picture from 1995 in April, the Murrah building bombing that killed 168 people. In 1999, a few years later, a tornado struck the town of Moore, Oklahoma, and killed 44 people in the area and continued its path up toward Missouri. Hundreds were injured in that, and out of these and other mass fatalities, Oklahoma's developed a fairly robust mass fatality plan. Now, why do these tornadoes form in Oklahoma? Well, for 3 months out of the year, from about April to June, we're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, geographically speaking. The weather people tell me that warm, dry air from the southwest intermixes with cold, dry air from the northeast, northwest, and that warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico comes up. When they collide, they create a swirling moment in the atmosphere, and when this gets translated into a vertical column, this results in the tornadoes. And it's no accident that the National Weather Service Severe Storm Laboratory is located right in the heart of this, about 11 miles south of our office in Norman, Oklahoma, where the college campus of OU is. Our office, like I said, is about 11 miles to the north of this, and through the years, we've developed what we think is a good mass fatality plan. And then just 2 years ago, we became compliant with the NIMS, the National Incident Management System, and we thought we were in pretty good shape, and we would be tested very shortly after we achieved this. On May 19th, 2013, a tornado struck Shawnee, Oklahoma, which is here. Oklahoma City is about right here. This tornado killed 2 people, so not a real strain on our capability to deal with it. The next day would be different. On that day, in May 19th, because our facilities are presently very, very old and unsafe in these conditions, we typically will preemptively evacuate our building except for key personnel, get the critical jobs done, get everyone home well in advance of these storms. Oklahoma enjoys one of the best weather prediction services in the world, I think, and we knew approximately 4 days in advance that these tornadic conditions were coming. And once they form, once they start to swirl, we had about a 13-minute lead time. So we sent everybody home except for some key personnel. I went home myself, and so this is a photograph of my television, and I watched this unfold. And when the atmosphere starts to look like this, you start to get a little curious about it. And seconds later, it looks like this, and you realize that something's about to strike. And this is the Shawnee tornado. And within minutes after that, a full funnel develops, and this one killed 2 people, both passengers and cars. The following day, the Moore tornado hit. This is the one that made national headlines because it had so many fatalities. It was an EF5. It was 1.2 miles wide, and try to fathom how big that is. It left a path of destruction about 16 miles long, and it killed 25 people, including 10 children. The causes of death were blunt force injuries, mechanical asphyxia from the kids that were in the Plaza Towers Elementary School, which collapsed on them, and delayed complications from a head injury in one case. The path that tornado took was eerily similar to the one taken in 1999 by the other Moore tornado. You can see just how similar these paths are. It's a mystery to me that developers actually still build houses in this area. Live elsewhere. It's a nice town to live in. This is a picture of it in case you wanted to see it. It's a static image, but it's a monster, and it ripped through Moore. It did quite a bit of damage. As prescribed in our emergency fatality plan, mass fatality plan, except for maybe this last one. This is not the plan, but you do this anyway to make coffee. But almost knee-jerk reactions without having to flip to page 1 about these are the things that you do. You just kind of need to get these things going very quickly. We set up a secure law enforcement perimeter around our facility. We contacted agency leadership and all the section heads saying, organize everybody, it's going to be a tough couple of days. Ordered our prearranged refrigerated body storage, planned to transfer the routine cases to those trailers, and automatically planned for 100 bodies. That's about our limit. It's actually probably closer to 75, but we figure that our team, if we hoof it, we can handle 75 to 100 fatalities without asking for federal help. We also diverted our routine traffic, or I should say our routine caseload to Tulsa. We are a statewide medical examiner system and enjoy 2 fully functional offices with tandem equipment in those offices, and so we can divert our routine caseload to the other office while the office that's struck can handle the emergency caseload. We alerted the DMORT liaisons who in turn alerted the federal officials in that DMORT area, which in our instance are folks that come out of Texas. You start to look at the rate of casualties or fatalities as they come in, and this is more art than science, I think. You can't really predict that. And then you try to plan accordingly. And if it gets to the point where the rate is going to exceed that capacity, that surge capacity, then the quicker that you can ask for federal help, the better. We activated our unidentified case manager and activated the leaderboard. This is our forensic anthropologist, Angela Bird. She joined our staff last year. Absolutely wonderful person, one of the emerging preeminent forensic anthropologists in the country. Was trained by Clyde Snow, Joseph Mengele, Jesse James fame. As soon as she joined, I gave her a phone call and said, "Hey Angela, how would you like another job?" And there was about a 4-second pause, and she said, "Sure." And so she became our unidentified case manager too, which means that of all the bodies that we have that are unidentified, including those from mass fatalities, she organizes these folks and keeps on top of them and triages them as they flow in and out of the laboratory and make sure that our ducks are in a row. And when you think about it, what better person? Because forensic anthropologists are kind of uniquely skilled to correlate ante-mortem and post-mortem data to establish identity, and she's ideal for this. This is the scar of the 2013 Moore tornado. It's kind of subtle on the screen here, but it starts here in this rural area, and then it hits the more populous areas. And the dot here is the Plaza Tower Elementary School. And you can see these grids here are about a mile across. In fact, they're exactly a mile across. And if this tornado had just been a mile to the north, it would have struck twice as much populous area. We might have been looking at a different dynamic. You just can't predict what's going to happen until it happens. The Plaza Towers Elementary School, which was in that circumscribed area in the previous slide, along with the metropolitan area around it, was completely obliterated. And that was just the after picture. The brainiacs tell me that the energy expended by the storm in Moore was similar to that of a low-yield nuclear device. And the extent of the devastation is very similar to pictures that you might see in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This is the Moore Medical Center, a 25-bed, was a 25-bed hospital, and the Metroplex theater here. And the storm whipped across here, across the highway, took out the medical center, and it completely destroyed the medical center. Left the theater intact. And this is an angle view of Moore after the storm. You can see it's just all in. And so we're really lucky that there were only 25 fatalities here. In fact, I think it's almost miraculous. The storm is incredibly violent. Like I said, the energy in one of these is astronomical. And this was a 7-Eleven store here. And you can see that the steel beams are twisted around like pretzels. This is our chief investigator, Timothy Dwyer. He was our liaison to the incident command center down there in Moore, and then communicated information as it became available to the main office of Oklahoma City. The injuries that you see in a tornado are almost pathognomonic. That means that they are so extensive, consisting of contusions, abrasions, lacerations, avulsions, fractures. They can be so numerous and so extensive that you can look at the body and say, tornado. There's nothing else in the world that does that. Ordinary objects can be propelled into very injurious missiles, and these are some of the smaller ones. We also saw sticks and pieces of metal, but this was one of the impressive ones, just a carpenter's nail that was thrust to the wrist of this gentleman. The entire gamut of contusions, lacerations, avulsions, and abrasions. And it just defies description. It's what you see in the textbooks. It's, I think, worse than a lot of bomb blasts that you see, just because these people are tossed around so much and encounter objects, and objects encountering them. Again, going back to the 7-Eleven, it doesn't take too much to realize that if these winds can twist the steel around like this, that it can easily twist apart bodies. Here's probably the most graphic picture I have. But a human body just has no chance against this, and it will twist people apart. The Plaza Towers Elementary School, this was very unfortunate as teachers tried to shelter their kids, and they huddled into a hallway area. The roof collapsed on them and killed 7 of them. And here's the area where those kids were found. And another area here, just brace your heart, you see the book bags here. But all this stuff, the cinder blocks, the roof material, walls, it all came down on those folks. And there was one delayed death in a woman who sustained head injury and who died several days later from that. And so the dynamic of this particular storm is that it presented us with a large number of fatalities in a relatively short period of time. And we were able to handle that simply because, one, 25 people coming through our office is a typical day for us in Oklahoma City. So the caseload wasn't that different. And we were able to divert that caseload, or our routine caseload, to Tulsa so we could handle this and dedicate our time to it. About 10 days later, an even bigger one hit. And this was in El Reno in south of Oklahoma City. This was a multi-vortex EF5. It was 2.6 miles wide, and it was the widest recorded tornado in U.S. history. This multi-vortex means that there were 4 or 5 mini tornadoes spinning around inside the big one. Crazy thing. And it also had an approximately 16-mile path. It killed 22 people. One of those persons, a 6-month-old female child, is still missing. But this storm presented a different dynamic to us because these bodies trickled in over time, and in addition to the violence of the wind itself, there was also flooding, which caused fatalities. I'll show you more about that in a minute. Like I said, it did produce deaths from blunt force injuries, but there was torrential rainfall on the order of between 9 and 11 inches that fell in 1 hour ahead of the storm and behind the storm. And as you might imagine, it flooded storm culverts very quickly. And unfortunately, there was a family from Guatemala that took refuge in one of these storm culverts and were washed as far as 7 miles downstream. Like I said, the dynamic was different because the bodies trickled into the office over several days or weeks, so this was easier to handle for us procedurally than the Warren tornado. 8 people died in their cars. 3 of those were celebrity storm chasers. One of them worked for National Geographic, and you may have read about Paul Samaras and his son, and Mr. Young. 2 died when motor vehicles encountered high water, 1 from a bridge collapse. 10 sought refuge in the storm culverts, died, and were washed downstream. There's a whole family wiped out that took refuge down there in the storm drains. 1 drowning, this is our iffy case because this is a lady who drowned in a creek bed way to the south of Oklahoma City that ordinarily is dry. And because that creek bed was full of water, it was determined that she drowned. We kind of related it back to the storm, but in any case. The El Reno tornado made this bird-like path from El Reno south of Oklahoma City. And it passed about a mile, maybe a mile and a half behind the metropolitan area of Oklahoma City. This is the view from the ME's office. This is the Devon Tower. It's a 50-story skyscraper. And the dynamic of this could have been different had the storm been just a mile and a half to the north. I think it got really darn close to our office, too. The winds were violent. This is a car that was just tossed around. Another view of it shows, in this particular example, not too much passenger space intrusion, but the car was crumpled up and the motor completely eviscerated from engine compartment. So these things get picked up and get deposited several hundred feet or yards away. It just rips them apart. And again, this is metal, and it doesn't take too much extrapolation to think about what that does to people. This is a man who drove his truck over a bridge that collapsed. He was washed about 100 yards downstream in his truck, and he was found further downstream, entangled in the vegetation on the riverbank. This is one of those storm culverts in downtown Oklahoma City, south of the city slightly. It's a 14-foot culvert. This is Angela, our anthropologist slash unidentified case manager, who also wore a third hat that day and helped us collect information. And you can see a woman here who's just kind of gently folded over one of these supports. That's how high the water got in the storm culverts. Got all the way up to the top, 14 feet. These are the riverbanks on the Oklahoma River. Everything is washed down. Here you can see the rocks of the riverbank. You can see what the flooding is doing. And we found bodies deposited in the silt in these flooded areas as well. You can see here's this is already still a week after the event. This is high water, but you can see just how high this water got on these riverbanks, so a good 10 feet higher. And it's really no surprise that people were able to be washed about 7 miles downstream. These were how the majority of these drowning victims were found in the river or on the river bank or in the riverbeds, entrapped in vegetation. And so this required search and recovery efforts, and identification and transport to the EMS office. This is as far south as they could go. This is a dam downstream. There's some debris including a turned over boat here trapped at this dam. And inside this debris is also a child that was found. Like I said, there's still one child that's missing. This is the Iffy case. This is a woman who drowned in a creek bed that ordinarily is dry. And so, because this creek bed was filled with water from the storm, we related it loosely back to the storm. The lessons that we relearned were those of logistics, keeping a cool head amidst the drama, cooperation with state and federal agencies, politics, the media, equipment failures, and then you put all these together and you try to improve the plan for the next time. And it's not a matter of if for us. Tornado season is 3 months away from us, and so it's a matter of when. As far as logistics and infrastructure, although it was a strain, we were able to handle quickly and with dignity the 50 fatalities in-house without federal help secondary to these storms. We called our folks and said, hey, do we want to hoof it? I know it's going to be hard 2 or 3 days, but if we get this done, we can rest and we can be done with it. Federal help was estimated to be about $1 million cost to the state of Oklahoma, so we saved Oklahoma that much money, and at least that's one of the points I'm going to make when I ask for money tomorrow. Is, could we please have that $1 million? Yeah, we worked hard, but we handled it quickly. That we didn't have to alter staff scheduling. We didn't have to go to a staggered system. We just worked long hours. We got through it, and we got it done, and we rested. We estimate that we could handle about 75 to 100. 75 is probably closer to the truth. Anything more than that, we'll be asking for help from the outside. We enjoyed good communication and assistance from all our local and federal agencies, and all were poised to escalate the response effort as needed. An enormous amount of food entered the door of our agencies, and we had expert post-event debriefing and counseling by members of the Oklahoma Highway Patrol that were especially trained psychological counselors, and this was done at no cost to us, and we're privileged to have that. I don't pretend to be a psychologist or a psychiatrist or even really well equipped at identifying the vagaries of how people respond to these. But the responses in our agency range from almost catatonia to breakdowns to normal grief responses. And like I said, that post-event counseling, which was mandatory, consisted of a main group session with all employees present, and then breakout sessions, and then individual sessions if required or asked for. Really helped all of us, including myself. One thing we realized is that the old agreements that were in place about potential DPNU sites were a little rusty, and so we scrambled to find areas that could handle potentially a disaster portable working unit coming up from Texas. I think those areas require about 7,000 to 10,000 square feet with water and HVAC. We found with the new agreement a warehouse that's an abandoned paper mill and an AT&T phone factory. It's had 2 hats. We've got about 2 million square feet to work in there. And it's currently rented, mostly rented by the Oklahoma Department of Health. And they've agreed to share that space with us in case of an emergency. Importantly, that space itself also has protection in case something happens. And that's a key thing. All sorts of experts and people came out of the woodwork offering advice. And we took it all in stride. Some of it was, wow, you need to prepare for 300 to 1,500 deaths. We need to get D-moored up here immediately. And after the first couple of hours, we realized we're probably not going to have that many, so it's good that we didn't overreact that way initially. You need to request activation immediately was one response, all the way to, well, why are you requesting all the refrigerated trailers? We have contract agreements to receive 4 refrigerated trailers, and our request for that was challenged, and my response to that was, well, I mean, the Moore Medical Center was just destroyed, and I was countered with, well, that's only 25 beds. This was a public official, and I said, well, 25 beds, and that's patients, doctors, nurses, administration, other staffs, you know, it's well over 100 people, and it's like for the first time a light bulb went off, and then this other person realized that we might need more than our normal surge capacity. We called DMORT, and we, through Commander Taylor in Texas, had some teleconferences, and they showed up the next day, but by the next day we had already done our job, and we were ready to go home. Cooperation with state and federal agencies, I mean, it's just common sense. These events are way bigger than the individual and way bigger than the one agency. And so we all have to work together in the same sandbox. And this has had some really nice benefits for us too. I'll share more of those with you later. But basically through a coordinated disaster response plan and through the NIMS, National Incident Management System, compliance, I think all of us went relatively smoothly. Our health department owns these refrigerated trailers. They provide these to us at no cost, which means it doesn't come out of our budget. And they house them in that very large warehouse I showed you. And when the disaster strikes, they bring them out. And so these relationships with these other agencies and sharing resources is huge for our small agency of 80 people. This warehouse has probably got the most amount of emergency management material I've ever seen in my life. There are dozens of trailers, including living trailers, on standby at any time to deploy to any site of disaster within the state of Oklahoma. And we have access to it. These are crated and canistered supplies, which include body bags, bottled water, anything that you might need, really. And this stuff is always on standby. It's always maintained, and it's always available to us to use. And that's a consequence of our relationship with the Department of Health and the other agencies. Emergency generators, if we need them, to power up our agency. We have a good relationship with the National Guard, who came and installed the privacy netting. It sounds kind of primitive, but we'd like to keep these things private and away from 2 or 3 helicopters that are in the air photographing all this, and the reporters that show up. The new building that we're constructing for Oklahoma City will actually have built-in surge capacity, so this will be unnecessary. but it sure was nice to have the National Guard come out and put in privacy nets. Politics is extremely important. We have an open and close working relationship with our governor and legislature. And because they trust us, because we did a good job for them, they stayed out of our way. They were very unintrusive. They let us do our job, and that was huge. Major Rita Aragon came to help us in person because she had direct experience with the Oklahoma bombing in 1995, and her help was warmly received. And then the word she puts into the legislature and to the governor, the work that we did has also been very helpful politically for our agency. Where we got to a little bit of trouble was with the media. Well-meaning funeral homes, law enforcement, self-dispatched, picked up bodies and deposited them on our sites without bothering to figure out where they came from in the first place. And this was a problem. And so hopefully we've corrected this by educating them that if you find somebody, wait for one of our NEIs to get there. These numbers that we recorded were incorrect simply because in some instances the fatalities were being double counted. And because we freely reported this to the media, our inaccurate assessments led later to hyperbole in the media when it got out of control. And I think at one time the media had reported we had 91 fatalities when in actuality it was 50. Our CAO handled over 800 media calls in those few days related to the storm. And so we revised our procedure of how to deal with that. Some of the reporters became intrusive. They dialed our personal phone numbers, myself, Amy, other members of the staff that had little information about the storm or little authority to speak about it. And so it's the resiliency of the media is incredible. On the other hand, well, here's Amy, and she wears 4 hats. So when I hired her, I said, hey, would you like 3 other jobs? And so she took HR, CFO, and PIO. And she's an ordinarily very cheerful person, but she's looking a little grumpy there because she's handling 800 calls. I feel slightly vindicated that slightly a few days after the storm, the national media that had criticized us over-reported spending at an IRS conference by a factor of 10. So I said, if they can mess up, we can mess up too. But to avoid this in the future, we had an instant policy change. And in other words, only the fatalities that enter the doors are reported. It makes it very easy and it makes it very definitive. The number of and releasable information of all deceased persons are recorded on a spreadsheet. The spreadsheet is broadcast twice daily now to the governor's office and then to the media outlets after it's relayed to the governor. This, hopefully, the next time around, if there's a next time around, when there's a next time around, will take care of most of these calls. The spreadsheet is managed by Angela, our identified case manager, and by the CAO, and is directly copied from the leaderboard, which I'll show you in a minute. It can be automatically created electronically and simulcast to the autopsy laboratory and cut and pasted to the governor's office and to the media so that everyone remains informed, everyone has the information they want or need, and we are able to concentrate our efforts on our job instead of answering media calls. The media may call and leave an email address, and we'll add that to that broadcast list so they get updated twice a day, just like everyone else in the state. Direct conversations during emergency operations and outside of the coordinated press conferences will not be routinely done anymore. We do have a good relationship with our local media. They've been a loud voice for us in improving our agency. But I think that this reporting mechanism that we have created allows us to focus on our job and give them the information they need to do their job as well. We got equipment failures. This refrigeration unit failed within the first few hours and it needed maintenance. And these things are brand new. And so never anticipate that something brand new is going to function properly in a durable way. Also, these platforms where these trailers go turns into a mess during the storm. And because of our relationship with the health department, they had some grant money and have given us about $45,000 to lay a concrete slab here. And so that doesn't come out of our budget, that's from the health department. These equipment or body racks are great for static loads that hold about 1,000 pounds, or about 4 average Oklahomans. And that is good for static loads. In other words, if it's sitting in a morgue and it's not moving, it'll hold that weight. But as soon as you roll it up a ramp like this, the wheels on these things snap off, and they cost a lot of time in trying to fix that when you're in the midst of emergency operations. My advice is just, if you can buy heavy duty stuff, it's expensive up front, but it's worth it. You know, here's the wheels, they just snap off. Like I said, it's not meant to go up the ramp. You know, our morgue agents, our physician's assistants are, in the Oklahoma City office are, and I don't mean this in a bad way, are a bunch of gorillas. I mean, they are enormous people, and when you get 4 of these guys moving 1,000 pounds up a ramp, these cheap little things just break off. Strategy for improvements. Of course, we're going to review and update the disaster plan. We're pouring the concrete footings, the driveway for the refrigerated trucks at no expense to us. The health department's doing this for us. The dedicated media line has been ordered and is about to be installed. We're making other technology improvements. Now, if you believe that technology is going to be the solution to all your problems, you're probably headed for a mass disaster of other proportions. But we noticed the bottleneck, which was our X-ray processing, and it took a lot of time, so I'll show you how we've improved that. Identification of other additional DPMU sites, communication to upgrade the radios and GPS trackers. The cell phone towers went down in that area, and we only had a limited number of radios to use. And again, through the graciousness of the health department, they gave us $90,000 in grant money to buy encrypted 800 megahertz radios to use during this. And again, it doesn't come out of our budget. And GPS trackers, these things are really helpful. If you remember that picture I showed you of Moore where everything's obliterated, well, the street signs are obliterated too. So trying to find your way in and out of there without a GPS tracker and know where you are is a little tricky, but this should help. We update our disaster victim or DVI software. This is not meant to be amusing, but our old safety procedure was, well, if a tornado comes, empty out the body coolers and we'll all huddle in there to be safe. And so we thought this was ridiculous, so we cut some flat safe shelters in both garages in Oklahoma City and Tulsa, 20-person flat safes. And like I said, we're in the phase of building a new building for Oklahoma City that has a surge capacity of 200 built into it. The conference room where Angela works to keep track of the victims and their information. Instead of that dry erase board that you saw before, has been updated with an electronic leaderboard. That electronic leaderboard is simulcast into the autopsy laboratory so that the autopsy pathologists, forensic pathologists, and the workers can prioritize the cases and know what tasks need to be done to get that loved one back to their families. We were able to get all of those folks out, all of those dead folks out within 48 hours of the Moore tornado, which I think is a pretty good effort. This, again, I think will help us because it's simulcast to everyone that needs that information, and it should be a little bit more efficient. If power goes out, though, which you have to plan for, we can always go back to that dry erase board that Angela makes. Let's go back to that old-fashioned. Are we still good on time?
Here.
Okay. Pre-disaster surge planning. Really, plan improvements start immediately after the previous disaster. Our agency has been, and it's getting better, but we have been notoriously understaffed. And we have not participated that much in drills. Although this upcoming year we have scheduled 2 at least. But really our drills have been the actual disasters themselves. And so we start revising the plan immediately after the previous disaster. You always have to figure out how much your team can handle. the limitations of personnel, identify and address procedural bottlenecks, predetermine physical areas for potential other sites, and know the capabilities of the agencies with whom we work. This was Oklahoma City 2012. This was our X-ray processing unit, an old chemical unit, unbelievably slow. And if you're doing a full body X-ray series on somebody, it can take well over an hour. And so 2 years ago, we realized the critical need to update this. And so the same room today looks like this. And this is a digital X-ray system. It's much quicker, but it's also slow. And our agency handles about 6,000 bodies a year that come through the door. And so really every single day is kind of like a mini mass disaster for us. And with the help of the legislature, we were able to get funding to buy 2 full body scanners to install in Tulsa and Oklahoma City. And these will do a full body scan in the body bag in 13 seconds flat. And so if you multiply 13 seconds times 6,000 cases versus 45 minutes to an hour times that many, you can see that the time saving is huge, not only during mass disaster, but for normal operations as well. And then, of course, you scratch the old plan when you realize that it had deficiencies, and you write a new one. We should have that published in the next month or 2, just in time for tornado season, which starts in April. And hopefully we'll be, I'm not going to be, what's the word I'm thinking of it in German? I'm not going to be, make the assumption that we're totally ready, but we're certainly more ready than we were last year, which I think is the key exercise in all of this. Oklahoma City is not a small city. There are about 700,000 people in the metropolitan area, and the metropolitan statistical area is about 1.2 million people. Keep in mind that the city, though, geographically is huge. It's about 30 miles across, and so the number of folks concentrated into this downtown area is probably in the order of 150,000. And so when you think about that, this is from this point where I'm driving here, that the storm crossed approximately right here and got this close to the downtown, the dynamic could have been a lot different. And we were lucky. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them. Thank you. Yes,
after the Alabama tornadoes, some people said life helmets were a good idea. Was the head trauma? Do you agree with that? Is that any value?
I agree with that. I know it's a little ironic that a forensic pathologist like myself rides a motorcycle, but I've got a motorcycle helmet. And when I was huddled in our storm shelter in my apartment complex, I put that thing on. And absolutely, head trauma is almost seen in every single case. You can't hurt it.
A question about whether your medical examiner's office works with your local hospitals and their wards if you needed space?
We do work closely with the OU hospital and the OSU hospital in Tulsa, but their morgue spaces are minuscule and really not going to be of much help. Yes, sir.
You mentioned earlier that you have about a 4-day lead time on some of these storms.
Yes, sir.
With the devastation at the school, how is it that the kids were in school with that prediction?
Yeah, that's a philosophical and has recently become a political question in Oklahoma. There's a legislation that has just been filed to mandate that every school in Oklahoma have a storm shelter. The predicted cost is anywhere between $500 and $770 million to do this. And so that will be up for debate this session. But yes, the El Reno tornado was predicted 5 days before it happened. And why people were out and in cars kind of escapes me. Yes, ma'am?
I noticed that you mentioned that the counseling after the incident for staff was mandatory.
Yes.
There's been a lot of debate about whether that should be mandatory or just recommended. Were there any downsides to it being mandatory, or did it all work out well?
it all worked out well in this particular instance. There were some people that attended maybe just a few moments and decided they needed to not participate. We didn't penalize them or do anything. That was their choice.
Thank you.
Other than the resources that public health was able to provide, how else was public health utilized, and how will it be utilized moving forward?
We're having
Into the recovery.
We're going to have biannual meetings now with our State Department of Health to coordinate our plans. We're physically separated by about 200 yards, our two buildings, and the relationship is such that we enjoy many services that they provide to us free of charge, and in turn, they are our #1 client in terms of providing death certificates. So the relationship is almost familial in a way. And as far as predicting how the different responses would look like in the future, I don't know, but I just know that the vast resources that they have in terms of material, emergency management material, is available to us, and we can use them. I hope that answers your question. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any plans, seeing as you're in Tornado Alley, to have like a secondary place for your equipment? Because I noticed you have it all in one area.
It's in two areas. We've got an almost identical, albeit smaller setup in Tulsa. So if one facility is hit, the other one can assume the workload. If both get hit, I guess we're opposed. In the back. One was on vacation. Two were in Tulsa, and at that time we had 10, so 7. Yes, sir.
It may be helpful for the group just to explain how your system, for the state medical examiner, may be a little different than what we have here in Michigan. I know we talked offline about it, but it may be helpful for, especially some of the folks here that are involved in that aspect.
Do I still have 5 minutes?
You do.
Back in the late 50s, a woman named Nanny Doss killed 5 of her husbands in Kansas and in Oklahoma. She poisoned them. Oklahoma finally woke up in the late 50s and said, we probably need to have a little bit more thorough death investigation system. That was started in the early 60s. It wasn't funded until the mid-60s. And it initially arose as a county ME system with a central office to which complicated cases would be sent. So it's essentially a county coroner system with a centralized office that could do ME work. The so-called county MEs were not really medical examiners. They were coroners or family physicians with no training. But that system seemed to hobble along until the mid-1990s, when it was realized that the information that was being received and the evidence being received by the central offices were not really sufficient up to par for modern forensic investigation. So that system withered away, and whereas you once had a system of 400 individual county physicians that did the caseload, that shifted in a period of about 5 years onto the backs of 6 forensic pathologists without additional funding. And so it became a disaster about 20 years ago, and we're just now getting out of that. It is a pure statewide system, so all the deaths that meet criteria for inclusion as an ME's case are investigated by the 2 offices, and the death certificate is filed by a pathologist in either of those offices. The funding, which started at back in 2010, our appropriations were a little over $4.3 million. In 2012, we actually got a 3% cut of that, and then in the last 2 years, we've grown over 100%. We've got an $11 million budget today. I figure we need to shoot for about $15 million to get full name accreditation back. But it's evolved from a county coroner or ME system to a full statewide TV system. Yes, ma'am.
Could you talk a little bit more about your unidentified case process? And you said you can turn around, or you turned around cases in about 48 hours?
Right. In this particular case, there were sites at the scene of the tornado for gathering information. Families would come, I'm missing this person. Here are the characteristics. These were collected and put into the DBI software by Angela. As the bodies appeared in the morgue, identifying characteristics were reported. They were correlated with Angela's help, and it went very, very quickly. We had 7 pathologists dedicated to it, and we got them out, got them back home pretty quick. Yes, sir.
Yeah, how many MEIs do you have in your system, and are they strategically located or centrally located, and how soon do they have to be on a scene?
I'll make a slight political statement that we have far too few MEIs. We have 26 for the whole state. I'd like 36. The state's about 4 million people. Geographically, if you look at the Guyman, which is in the far northwest, all the way to Idabel in the southeast, it's 610 miles long. So if you flipped Oklahoma vertically and added 100 miles, it'd be like my old drive from Oklahoma City to Minneapolis. That's how big that state is. And they are divided into metropolitan areas. We have teams of 8 each in the metropolitan areas. And then the rest are interspersed in the counties. And they're spread too thin. There are oftentimes nights we can't get an investigator down in certain areas. That's part of my money dance tomorrow, as I'm asking for 3 more investigators. Any more questions? Thank you very much.
It's going to take us just a minute to get hooked into the next presentation before lunch, so we're running a little bit ahead of time and a little bit early. A couple other things as Matt's getting all the logistics set up is I did want to put a nice special thanks. I said we've, different agencies and that we've worked with over the past 12 years, but particularly today, having nearly 300 people come through a registration. It didn't go flawless, but it went pretty efficiently, and not only with our staff, but we had a handful of folks from the Office of Public Health Preparedness that helped us, as well as one of our hospital coalition members, Sandy Stout. We really appreciated that because I don't think we would have been able to do it without your help. So thanks, and thanks to letting them come down and help us with that too. So we really appreciate it. How are you doing there, Matt? The other thing, not that we're already looking at lunch, but before we turn you loose on lunch, Matt's going to go over with a little more detail how to get to the, it's like a little obstacle course, like a Where's Waldo, if you look on the map, trying to find where you're supposed to go. It's pretty straightforward and simple, but we tend to think we'll have a pretty good lunch, but if you get into the wrong room and your lunch looks pretty good too, you never know. Just kidding, but no, we'll give you some instructions. We have the parking for the parking ramp. We have the little passes. All you got to do is ask out in front, and we can get you set with that. Matt's going to talk about a certificate for those that look for credits. We do have hours that we'll have on the certificate because that's generally what they want to know, how many hours. And the way you get a certificate sent to you, and it will be emailed to you so you can print it, there'll be everybody that registered, which is everybody, we'll show you the link to go to fill out an evaluation. And then when we get the evaluation, you get access to your certificates, okay? It's a system that works very well. And I think we're just about ready. I think Dr. Pfeifer had left, so I wanted to thank him. That was a very, very nice presentation. Again, taking a different, kind of a different angle for us on one of the tasks that we've been charged with. I'm going to announce our last presenter here right before lunch, Dr. Cynthia Aaron. She's the medical director for the Children's Hospital of Michigan's, the Regional Poison Control Center. She also serves as a professor of emergency medicine and pediatrics for the Wayne State University School of Medicine. She has been a member and an active participant in the Disaster Medical Assistant Program since 1989. And we have talked over on conversations on different incidents, became very much more ramped up in that communication with one of our chemical incidents this past year. We're very fortunate to not only have her as a resource here at the state, but to come and give us a presentation today. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Cynthia Aaron. Thank you.
Since we're in Spartan land, it's a beautiful day, and the Spartans had a great victory in this scenario, and everybody is in the this stadium. Everybody leaves to go home. That evening, local EDs start to note that there's a large number of people come in complaining of what sounds like URI complaints. They've got mild coughs, they've got nasal irritation, they're sneezing, they have husky voice, runny nose, itchy eyes, and a little bit differently, they're itching in their groin, under their arms and their neck, and they're all tired. Does that sound any different than what's going on right now? Seriously, with the flu and everything else? This could be a chemical attack. This could be a biological attack. It's not very different the way your biological toxins present. It's not very different from the way some of your chemical toxins present. So I'm going to be talking about chemical terrors. I'm not going to be giving you a primer on how to identify them. That's impossible in 30 minutes. But chemical toxins involve more than just those weapons of mass destruction, where we talk about the big four, which are nerve agents and pulmonary agents and cyanogens and things like that. They also include things like botulism. They include things like ricin. They include things like other toxins such as staph enterotoxin B and so forth. So these are things that we at the Poison Center actually are involved in almost on a daily basis with some of the toxins. So terrorism, which is sort of shifting from these natural disasters, well, we talk about terrorism first. It's an intentional and irrational act of violence, and it's done to create fear in the target audience. And that fear is to create a behavioral change. It is politics. It is not personal. They don't care who they kill. They don't care who they maim. It's not a personal vendetta. It's I'm going to go after a number of people, and I'm going to inflict as much damage as I can, because I want people scared out of their shoes. There are three kinds of attacks. There's weapons of mass destruction, which generally deal with systems or structures of society. There are weapons of mass casualty, which is what I'm going to be talking about, and those are the biological and chemical agents that are designed to injure or kill. And then there are weapons of mass disruption, where we have social, political, or economic damage to society. So the more economic damage you have to society, the more you're going to slow it down, because society has to divert resources into repairing those things that need to be done. And all of these are working when people talk about weapons of mass destruction. They are indiscriminate and indirect targeting, and the targets are chosen for the desired impact. As I mentioned, they don't care who dies. What they care about is they do die. It's perceived random nature by everybody, and in no way is this actually random. This is thought out to inflict as much of a psychological damage as much as it is a physical damage. And it leaves people with fear, impotence, and anxiety, and that's what they're looking for. And then it makes us use very scarce resources, and it makes us divert those resources to take care of people. When you have someone killed, that person is gone, that resource is not an issue. If you have someone who's poisoned or injured, you then have to divert at least a 5-to-1 ratio of other people and other resources to take care of the injured or the sick person. And that's where chemical and biological toxins come in, because they chew up resources right and left. There has been a clear history of terrorism with chemicals since time immemorial. If you look back, it starts way back in the biblical days. But this is just a list of a few issues starting back to 1988. The list that I took this from deals from 1970 to 2006, and it was over 75 pages long. And it was just toxic terrorism. So this has been going on around the world every day. We just don't hear about a lot of it. We know about the presumed sarin, because it still hasn't been proven, in Syria in 2013. But in Afghanistan in 2013, they did release pesticides, which had a major damage to the population. England in 2006, you all know, with Benetco, with his polonium poisoning, that was toxic terrorism. Although in that case it was one person directly, but there was the whole fear that was involved because all the people who were on the plane with this guy, all the people who were in the restaurant where he was served his meal were potential victims, and the resources that were then diverted to investigate what happened with these people at risk, and the fear and the emotional toll that it took on any of those people who were possibly involved was just as important as if this were a mass casualty type of situation. In Iraq in 2006, there was a huge chlorine release. And chlorine is not something you think of as a weapon of mass destruction, but it could easily take out a city. In Ukraine in 2004 with Yushchenko with his dioxin, and you can see the pictures of him up here and how his face changed when he developed his chloracne after the exposure. Then we go on in Maine, we had the arsenic, many of you probably don't remember, but the poisoning in a church where 23 people got poisoned with arsenic because of one dissatisfied parishioner. And so forth, the fentanyl in Russia, and so I could go on and on and on. The big one that we all know about is the Tokyo sarin attack, and I'm going to actually spend a little time on that. Why toxic chemicals? Well, they're easily obtained. You can, if you can't make them and produce them, you can certainly buy most of them on the internet. And if you can't get hold of a lot of chemicals locally, you can buy anything on the internet. We see that on a daily basis in the Poison Center, where people buy these banned chemicals on the internet with a credit card, and they buy them overseas and they get shipped in and they come right in. It is very, very easy to get many of these things. The public health impact is important. There's morbidity and mortality in the strain on our public health system. They cause mass confusion and they cause mass panic and social disruption. The other thing about toxic chemicals is, are they treatable? Can we prevent them? Most of these don't have antidotes. They just have good supportive care. But there are antidotes, but the antidotes are unusual and they're expensive and they're hard to get. Many toxic chemicals are chosen because they can be dispersed very easily. I mean, it doesn't take very much if their vapor pressure is such that they volatilize in a warm room. If that's going to spread out, and if you've got a stadium, you put something in a ventilation system, you're going to spread it out among 16,000 people who've attended the stadium. And then there are facts that you can actually weaponize some of these. So if I were to take anthrax, normal everyday anthrax that you see in barnyards and animals, that's one thing. But when you weaponize anthrax, which means they basically create it in a very fine silk-like powder, which flows like water in a test tube, that can spread everywhere. I mean, it took one letter to contaminate an entire mail facility. So these things can be weaponized and made even more deadly. The agents, we have biological, which, and I mentioned the toxins, and the chemical and nerve agents, vesicants, asphyxiants such as the cyanide compounds, pulmonary toxins, and then we have the whole class we call toxic industrial chemicals and toxic industrial materials, or TICs and TICs. And then there's also the radiologic, thallium, cesium, polonium, uranium, and radium. They are available. We have lots and lots of research institutes in the state. We have colleges where research is going on this. And some of these radioactive chemicals may be in these locations, and they may be easily released. I found this when I was doing my research. This happens to be a commercially available roulage kit for weapons of mass destruction. So this has become also, not only is it something we worry about, it's also become a big business. These are the TICs and TIMs. These are the toxic industrial chemicals that you have to worry about, because all of these agents can be turned on the population and become a chemical warfare agent. And this is stuff that's going on around us everywhere. It comes in on our trains and on our highways. There's industrial plants within the city. You drive through the city here in Lansing, and there'll be plants that use many of these chemicals every day and are available to poison people. Nitric acid, phosgene, cyanogen chloride, formaldehyde, arsenic, all of these things are horrible and can be used as chemical warfare. What chemicals are chosen by the terrorists? If you look back through history, what they've chosen in particular is they've chosen things like corrosives, such as alkalis or acids, because think of the immediate damage that they'll do, the fear. The fact that, for example, in countries like India, where they'll throw acid on the women, the fear that engenders and the scarring that leaves them with. You may only have 1 or 2 victims, but you have a huge emotional toll that takes its effect. That's something the terrorists want to do. Metals. Arsenic is the big one. Arsenic is the one that everybody worries about. They're going to put arsenic in our water. My food is poisoned with arsenic. I can't drink my apple juice because it has arsenic in it, and things like that. Cyanide, everybody is terrified of cyanide, so much so that we carry the cyanide kits on the ambulances, and every emergency department is required by JCAL to have a cyanide antidote kit. How many cyanide poisonings are there in the entire United States a year? Probably under 10 true cyanide poisonings. We could argue the point for fires, but that's not an attack on another person. Rodenticides, those things that you just put out around your house to kill your rodents, can be turned right back on you. And they certainly get in our animals. Our animals die every year from rodenticides. Pesticides. I love it. I can walk into Lowe's in the springtime, and if I had a malevolent mind, I could poison my entire city just by buying stuff in Lowe's in the lawn care area. And finally, they use things that we can title poison gas, but for the most part, none of them are gases, they're aerosols. That picture is a picture of a gas mask from World War II. The whole idea is that the U.S. government wanted to make it less frightful for children in case of a mass gas attack in the United States. And since children love Disney, they chose a Disney character. And so these were the gas masks that were developed for use in World War II, but never widely disseminated. How do you disperse these agents? Well, that becomes an interesting way of thinking about it. All of these various ways have been used or been suggested to be used to disperse chemical agents, ranging from casual direct contact down all the way down to injection or projectiles. The big ones and the most likely ones that are going to pass these agents on to multiple people are going to be indirect contact aerosols or food and drink. And the other ways which people worry about, particularly the water issue, which I'll again talk about in a moment, are much less effective. But when you think about it, if you have an injection or projectile, not only do you have to have a small number of individuals associated, if you're going to projectile, you've got to have a different level of organization and funding in order to have a large effect. So we saw what went in for the Boston Marathon. Now what if that projectile had not just been metal pieces that were thrown out, but rather an agent, a chemical agent, that the explosion then volatilized, and then you had a cloud of gas drifting through that entire area. Your number of injured and killed people would have gone up exponentially, because that cloud would have settled everywhere. Reaction devices, again, it's a different resource level. Mail and letters. For chemicals, it's not going to be that particularly effective, but for something that can be weaponized, like we've seen with anthrax, you put a little bit of powder in one envelope, and that powder just drifts like a gas because it's so finely reserved. You contaminate the entire mail facility, and so that could spread everywhere. Jugs or jars or canisters, again, we saw with the marathon. Product tampering. We've seen product tampering. If you remember, we've had the terrorist attack. It's internal terrorism with the Tylenol products that came out. Only a couple bottles were spiked with cyanide. Only a couple people died in the whole scheme of things. But think of the absolute terror that went through the entire country. People stopped buying Tylenol. The company took a big hit. And now when you buy any medication, over the counter, it's triple sealed. You've got the seal on the bottle, you've got the foil covering on it, you've got the boxes sealed. All of that is the result of one terrorist activity. And so these things do affect us, and do affect us on a monetarily and on an emotional level. I don't know how many of you remember the Chilean grape incident where they were worried that they were injecting cyanide into Chilean grapes. This was in the late 1980s, and so people stopped buying grapes. And again, very few people were sick, but the terrorist attack part of it was very successful. So what about the water supply? Can I poison you by contaminating our water supply? This is something that people focus on and they're very, very worried about. Well, let's talk about botulism. Okay, that's a big deal. People worry about dying from botulism. If you assume a community of 10,000 people and you have, and they're going to average drink in a year about 1.8 million gallons, that means each person's drinking about 1 quart of water a day. It takes about 7 billion lethal doses of botulism to make that water supply poisons. So you would need about 7 kilos of pure toxin. Now 7 kilos of botulism doesn't sound like a lot, but when you can't really get hold of 7 kilos of pure botulism. Even if you were to buy Botox, which is approximately 4.9 nanograms per vial, it would take about 2 million vials of Botox being dropped into a reservoir. That reservoir below is 15 billion gallons, so it just gives you an idea of what the size of the reservoir would need to be. Now, on the other hand, there are reports in the literature of elephants being poisoned in Zimbabwe with poisoning the water supply. And they've poisoned them. There's been 80-some elephants killed by cyanide poisoning. The difference there is that it's a very small water system. They're isolated wells rather than commercial water systems. The filtration system will take out botulism, will take out cyanide, and the chlorination and disinfection system that we currently have will inactivate most of cyanide and a lot of the botulism. So is water system poisoning for chemical attacks a reasonable option? Well, it's certainly possible, but it's unlikely to be effective. On the other hand, we have agents that can be really very deadly in very small amounts. So this is a penny, and that circle is Lincoln's eye. If you were to take VX, which is one of the nerve agents, it's an oily liquid, and you were to put a drop big enough to cover Lincoln's eye, that's going to kill you. That's enough to kill a single person. The problem with VX, however, is that it's an oily liquid, and it's very difficult to disseminate without basically military munitions. So for a terrorist to disseminate VX, they would have to be very sophisticated with a very good budget. But it's an extremely toxic chemical. So again, you have to look at the whole picture of what's more likely and what's not. The targeted groups become important then is what about chemicals and how many people are we going to deal with? You can disseminate to a small group, and that's where we've seen over and over again in the United States. There are terrorist activities that happen chemically, probably weekly in this country, but they all are affecting small people, small groups of people, due to the ways that to disseminate them can be difficult. You can certainly put something into a ventilation system. If I wanted to get all of you, I could find a way to get into a ventilation system and put something in, and if it can be volatilized or aerosolized, you could come out here and it could get all of us. And that will work with a small group in an enclosed area. But if I have an unenclosed area, like an outdoor stadium, that would not work. So you have to look at what they're aiming for and the venue. Food is an issue. We could poison food can be poisoned, and that would be an issue. But you would have to be, again, be in a very specific area at a specific time to get it. So if I wanted to kill everybody with coffee, I could put fluoroacetate in it and put 35 mL of fluoroacetate in 1 urn of coffee, and I could knock out anybody who drinks that. It's all depends upon where you want to do it and how you want to do it. So are chemicals a possibility? Yes, but again, what's your venue? These are the most likely chemicals that the military and the U.S. government has decided. And you can notice that nitrogen mustard is an issue. And if go back to my scenario in the beginning, that was a nitrogen mustard. So that's the way it would present, just like the flu. And later on, because it's painless when it hits your skin, it wouldn't be until later that you start to develop your uncomfortable skin and your itching, and then 24 hours later you start to have your major symptoms. Phosgene oxide is very rapidly, and that's an inhaled agent. And then we come down to the nerve agents. And those would be some of the most likely chemicals. The ones below, we start moving into more of the industrial chemicals. So these are the more likely toxic terrors that you would have to worry about. So let us step back and take a look at what happened with the sarin attack in Tokyo, because this has been very well documented, and there's lots and lots of data. We do know from the timetable that at 7:55 in the morning on the Tokyo subway system, 5 subway cars were affected. And these 5 subway cars were on lines that surrounded the central part of the city. And in each one of those cars, there was one person who had basically a plastic bag full of sarin in a container. And sarin is a liquid at room temperature, but it rapidly volatilizes in warm temperatures. And they basically had them carried around and wrapped in newspaper, and some of them were in gym bags, and they basically stabbed it with sharpened umbrellas. The stuff ran out on the floor of the subway cars, and because it was March, but it was warm in the subway cars, the stuff rapidly volatilized. It's heavier than air, and so it tended to stay in the subway car within the subways. But the people in the immediate or surrounding were those who got affected. At 8:16 in the morning, they reported a gas explosion in the subway. So this is where communications became very, very important. Communications were very poor, and many of the harmonized communication systems we now use, the satellite radios, everything else, are the result of these types of situations where they looked down and said, where did this fall apart? And one of the first places it fell apart in Tokyo was communications. At 8:28, the first patients arrived in the hospitals, and they came by foot. There was one hospital that was fairly close to one of the subway stations, and so that's where everybody went, and that was St. Luke's Hospital. In the end, 3 hospitals became involved, but St. Luke's took the brunt of it. So your first patients came at 8:28 by foot. Your ambulances came at 8:43. So when we rely on a chemical incident or we worry about decontamination, we hope that they're going to come through the system. If they don't come by the organized systems, such as ambulances, they're not going to come decontaminated. And that's what happened here. So the majority of the people came in by foot, and they deluged the hospital, and the ambulances brought in people after the first wave. The first cardiac arrest arrived by car at 8:43. So this is very different from the Boston Marathon, where they had the ambulances staged there. They had to bring them in and then get them out. Tokyo is a very congested city. They couldn't get them in because of the traffic. That whole issue would be something to think about if this were to happen in an American city. By 9 o'clock, St. Luke's had 500 patients come in, of which about 80% came on foot. So imagine your hospital handling 500 patients in an hour. Okay. So we're moving up a magnitude from the last 2 things that we talked about. At 9 o'clock, routine daily activities in the hospital were shut down. They moved into disaster mode. And at 9 o'clock, they finally got the first triage and mass casualty setups outside of the subway stations. At 9:40, the docs at the hospital at St. Luke's realized that people's cholinesterase levels were low, and then based on the patient's symptoms and the fact that a year before in Japan in Matsumoto there had been a sarin attack, they put it together and started treating patients appropriately. At 10 o'clock, the police identified the substance as acetonitrile, which is a cyanide compound. And the physicians took this information and basically said, "You're wrong," and went on doing what they were doing. And at 11 o'clock, it was identified as sarin. The hospitals didn't find out it was sarin until the TV station started broadcasting this. So again, communications became so important. How did patients present with the sarin attacks? Well, this is just a breakdown. They all had small pupils. That's an interesting point. A lot of them had headaches. Some of them had shortness of breath. A number of them had nausea. You see none of the sludge type of stuff that we read about and we talk about for organophosphates and what we expect to see. Very few of them had it. They had basically small eyes, headaches, a little bit of trouble breathing, and visual type of issues. And then the rest of the stuff came in later in smaller amounts. And 3% of them came in seizing. We talk about nerve agents as having, I said, the sludge. That's what, again, what everybody here is taught in their hazmat and everything else. But they're not. They don't present like organophosphates. They present more along the lines of being tachycardic rather than having rapid heart rate, rather than a slow heart rate. They all do have small pupils, and that's a picture of one of the Syria patients. You can't really see, but if you look here, this person's pupil is literally what we call pinpoint. It's the size of the tip of that arrow. Okay, that's not normal. You want to see bigger pupils than that. The way we treat these patients is a little bit different too. With organophosphates, we load them with atropine. With the nerve agents patients, they don't need as much atropine. And you don't see the respiratory difficulties with the saliva and the tearing and the pooping and the peeing and everything else. So these patients present very, very differently. At St. Luke's, they had 174 of their patients came on foot and 120 of them came by taxi. Something to remember if you have a mass casualty chemical episode that happens in a downtown city. They're not going to come by ambulance. They're going to come any way they can. And they're not going to wait for you to set up decontamination and triage. They're going to basically go to the nearest hospital. 67 came by passing car. They flagged down the cars, and Good Samaritans drove to the hospital. Note that 2 to 3 cardiac arrests came that way. 64 came by the fire department cars, and only 35 came by ambulance. The other incident that came out of the St. Luke's issue, and it's something to be aware of again with chemical issues, is secondary contamination. Whereas you might have a secondary bomb blast to get the first responders, this is a more insidious way to get your first responders. Secondary contamination if you don't decontaminate your patients in the first round. So of 1,300 EMTs who were actually treating people in the sarin attack, 135 or approximately 9 to 10% developed secondary poisoning. At St. Luke's, there were 472 staff members who treated the patients. 110 or 23% of the healthcare workers were secondarily poisoned. And again, it comes down to chemical agents can be transmitted just as easily to the staff taking care of them, and it's just as effective as taking down more people with secondary blast. What do they learn from this? Personal protective equipment was not used. None of the staff at the hospitals had any personal protective equipment on other than routine masks like you would use for a surgical mask. That's worthless for chemical equipment. None of the patients were decontaminated, and that becomes a big issue, particularly now when we live in a climate such as what it is today. What if you were to have a mass casualty effect, a situation here today, and you had to decontaminate 1,000 people from a stadium? How would you do mass decontamination? You can't really send 1,000 people outside in their underwear and do mass decon with water because of the risk of hypothermia and everything else. Well, the military and actually the government has thought about this, and there actually are ways to do cold weather decontamination. And I would suggest any of you here involved in that, take a look at these two references and look at the alternative ways to do it. But they didn't even have the patients in Tokyo take off their clothing, and that would have saved a great deal of issues by just shedding their clothes as they walked into the hospital. And that would have dropped down the majority of their secondary contamination. So with chemical agents, you have to worry about decontamination. And all you really need to do for most of these is just have it strip. And if they don't have to go down to their being naked, they can come down to their skivvies and come in that way. How do we detect these agents? Well, that's a lot of that's a big issue, but it's a lot less difficult now than it was back in 1996 because of the World Trade Center and the recent issues that have happened. We have chemical detectors, and many of your hazmat rigs do have detectors in it that can detect some of them. But you're not going to be able to get all of them, and so you have to work on identification by the presentation. What does the patient look like? How are they acting? What are their symptoms? What are their signs? Those are the sort of things that we're going to use for detection. How do we treat them? Okay? Well, you think you have an idea of what happened, but how do you treat them? Is somebody in your hospital, in your ambulance, able to pick up the different toxic syndromes that go with the chemical agents? And would you know what to treat them with? And do you have the ways to treat them? Do you have the medications? Do you have the decontamination chemicals to use on these patients? One of the things that came out of Tokyo was that they had no centralized poison information management, and that was one of the things they kept saying. We needed this, we needed that. I'm telling you it exists, and we have it, and all you need to do is call your poison center. People don't, when people have mass casualties and chemical effects, they don't think about calling the poison center, but this is exactly what we do every day. And I'm making a plea here for you to realize that we can help you with this. If you have a bunch of people who show up who have that URI type symptoms, but maybe something's a little bit different, they come in with that fine rash that you wouldn't expect with a URI, we're going to be able to help you put it together and make that decision tree and help you make the diagnosis. And we're also going to tell you what to do to treat it. It's easy to pick up the books, but it's a little bit different when you actually have to treat it. So sulfur mustard, which is just briefly what I talked about, it's an agent that's out there. It's readily available. Unfortunately, it's been used in Iraq, it's been used in Iran, it's been used in Syria. There's a whole bunch of information out of Iraq, which has told us a little bit about it. It does have its local tissue damage effects. These are my worst pictures. And although people don't have complaints like this initially, 24 hours later they get these blisters. So they show up in your ER, or they complain that they're having the flu-like symptoms today, but tomorrow they develop this. How many people would be able to put this together and say, this is a sulfur mustard? This is not lewisite, because lewisite hurts immediately on contact, but this is mustard. And I went through that. How do you decontaminate them? Well, like anything else, plain old water, large amounts, or dry agents. Again, these are teaching. This is a World War II teaching box that shows the different blisters and how they taught the physicians to recognize what the sulfur mustard blisters look like. So those things are actually available, and the military trained physicians will probably have an idea, but I would bet most of our civilian physicians will not. So how do we make identification? Well, we get a simultaneous number of people who present with very similar types of symptoms. Now, it may be that hospital A gets 10 or 15, but they think it's maybe the flu, but hospital B, 5 miles down the road, gets another 10 or 15, and hospital C, 20 miles away, gets another 10 or 15. What's happening, and how is that decision made? Well, there's actually ongoing syndromic surveillance that happens. And so if you call us with, we've got these patients here, and the next hospital calls us, it's going to come all together at once, and we're going to pull it together. And if the numbers are large enough, it's actually going to trigger an alert. We download our data every 4 minutes to Washington. So that's one of the things that the Poison Center does when you have these unusual presentations, or a bunch of people who just don't fit what you think it should be, even if it seems like it's an infectious disease. We have that syndromic surveillance going on. We work with the health department on that. It can be real easy if everybody shows up at once. It can be real hard if they show up in a delayed fashion. So again, the chemicals, for the most part, are immediate, but some of them are delayed. So we need to think about, when you get a cluster of something that's a little bit off, think about calling, because it may be the beginning of something. Do you know what resources you have available? We talk about the MedRun and ChemPack. Well, what's actually in them? The MedRun has 120 Mark 1 kits in it. So that's for nerve agents. The Mark 1 is atropine and pralidoxime. They also have additional atropine and midazolam, and they have 50 cyanide kits in them. The ChemPacks, which are a little bit bigger, are made to treat a much larger number of people. And if you're involved with any of the emergency response within the state, you've probably been involved with some of the drills, and that's one of the latest drills where they move a ChemPack by way of one of our helicopters. Now, the med runs are actually available if you activate through your local EMS or hazmat people, or if you need that any of the medications in there. And we've actually activated the med runs or worked with hospitals to activate to get the med runs for organophosphate poisonings, because in those cases we needed large amounts of atropine. Most hospitals don't have enough atropine on hand to treat more than 1 or 2 patients. And even one patient can deplete the hospital's entire atropine supply over a weekend. So we activated the med run, and they brought us the med run, and we had enough atropine to get the patient through. So these are available. That's what's out there for you, and we will actually help you get through that and get to it and find you the resources. So I'm going to be shameless here and say, please call us. We're here to help you. That's our main purpose, is to help you. We've seen these poisonings. We've seen these unusual presentations, and we've treated them. Anybody can pick up a book and read how to treat an organophosphate or how to treat inert agents. And there are lots of so-called experts out there who've published on it. But when it comes down to have people actually use these chemicals, you can get hold of your med runs, you can get hold of your chem packs, but has anybody ever actually used the chemicals and know how to use them and the subtle effects with it? Call us. We will happily talk to you about how to use them, how to dose them, the subtle effects. We'll send you guidelines. We'll send you follow-up guidelines. We've all been through CBURN training. Many of us have seen many of these chemicals. I saw sulfur mustard when I was in New York City. I deal with organophosphates frequently. We certainly had a lot of cyanides in this state, and some of you here have already been through this. We've got the guidelines. Utilize your poison center. No one thinks about doing it, but we can help you get through these things. We'll help you with the differential and the presentation, alternatives for the diagnosis, the treatment guidelines, what to send them home with. We have pre-printed discharge instructions, save you the work of what to do for these patients, what to send them home with. How to get hold of resources. What resources do you need? Who do you need to notify? How do you get hold of them? It can be a nightmare trying to go through the alphabet acronym to reach somebody on a Saturday night of a holiday weekend. And I'm sure you've all been there. So we can get through to those people for you. Data collection always happens at these situations. And although you would think that this isn't an important thing when you have a mass casualty situation going on, it's the data that we collect in these mass casualty situations that make the next one better treated and better handled. Many of these things are required reporting, even if it's only one person versus 50 or 100. That gets taken care of. And recommendations for personal protective equipment and how to clean it up. Simple thing as mercury. How many people here know that you shouldn't vacuum up a mercury spill? Or if you do, if you use your vacuum cleaner is now hazardous materials. You know how to get rid of it. That's not exactly toxic terrorism, but it's a toxic chemical. Again, this is the sort of thing that we will talk you through, and we'll talk your staff through. And if you have a large number of people, how do you decontaminate a series of ambulances? What do you do for follow-up for your staff who responded to those situations? And we're here to help you figure that out. What do you do to screen them if they've been exposed to sarin? How do you screen your entire hazmat group if they've been exposed to sarin? What do you do for long-term occupational follow-up? So these are the things that we're here to work to help you with. We work very closely with MDCH, with Michigan Department of Community Health. We work with EPA. We work with CDC. We have all of those resources available to help you. We have a physician available 24/7. We will come to the scene if you want us to. We will bring what we need. I have driven pralidoxime across the state. I've driven atropine across the state. We'll get it to you. We will find ways to do it. And we will help educate your staff on what to do and what to look for and how to deal with it. And additionally, there's advanced hazmat life support that's available. I know a lot of you here know about advanced cardiac life support. There's a hazmat life support which involves weapons of mass destruction. And we can provide you with the training if you so wish it. So like I said, I'm being shameless about plugins. That's it. Any questions?
It's my pleasure to introduce Steve Clinkscales. Steve's career as a paramedic began in summer of '82. He is married to Deidre for the past 30 years, has 3 children and a few grandchildren, and he enjoys golf, and he enjoys golf and photography. So I thank you very much. Please give him a warm welcome, Steve Clinkscales.
First of all, thank you for having us here to talk a little bit about the events of April the 17th of 2014. My career as a paramedic began in the summer of 1982, as Matt mentioned, and pretty much worked all of Central Texas since that time as a paramedic. And currently I'm a senior program director for Airback Life Team and responsible for 7 of our assets in Texas out of 22. So I oversee a lot of paramedical programs in our area. There's some things in my career that stick out in my mind, things that I've been involved in, and specifically was August the 2nd, 1985. A national event was the crash at Delta 191 at DFW Airport. Actually responded to that. Of course, as everybody knows, there was no transport to that. And another one that stands out in my mind is April the 19th of 1993, which was the Waco Ranch Davidian event. So outside of that, I've done several hurricane evacuations, Rita, what's the other ones? Yeah, so all of those involved. But, you know, this is when it's always them or the other person, but this is really when y'all became us and how that impacted us. So a little bit of history about West. It was founded in the 1800s by a guy named Thomas West. The MKT Railroad was established in West in 1881, and that became the major focus of the town at that point. West is a fairly small town. It's about 2,800 people. Is primarily farming and ranching community, and as well is predominant Czech community. Anybody have any idea about the Czech community?
Czech bakery.
Yeah, exactly. They're known for their bakeries, they're known for their cold beer, they're known for really a big family atmosphere where everybody knows everybody, everybody knows everybody's business. You know, the kids can't get away with anything because they do something and their mom finds out about it before it's ended. So, you know, West is located, if you look at the map, and I have a map here in just a minute, is located on the I-35 corridors. They're about 75 miles south of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex and about 20 miles north of Waco. So this is a major feeder road that comes through Texas, so there's a lot of traffic there. A lot of people stop in West to get those bakery goods, the kolaches. Has anybody ever traveled through that area before? Okay, have you eaten the kolaches? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. So, and we're located in McLennan County, Texas. So this is just kind of give you a little idea. Make sure I got the right button here. Right down here is the west area. You see the I-35 corridor and the split. This goes, we call this the Dallas side or the east side, and this goes to the Fort Worth side, which is the west side. Then eventually north here, it all comes back together and goes somewhere way up north. This little dot right here is where my residence is in Rio Vista, Texas. That'll be significant, excuse me, in a few moments in the presentation. So this is actually before the explosion, and I'll kind of point out some key landmarks. This area right here is actually the fertilizer plant. It's actually a holding facility. They don't manufacture fertilizer there. This is the railroad that runs through the town, the MKT that I talked about. This right here is the nursing home that will be the subject of Christine's I'm sorry, I have a foster daughter named Christina, so it just comes out because their names get called a lot. Sorry.
Not my name.
So this is the nursing home. This is the EMS building, and this facility right here is my airback base. So those will be significant here momentarily. So kind of give you an idea, this is actually something I pulled off the internet. There's no longer a hospital there. There's actually, used to be about a 30-bed acute care facility that was leveled, and an assisted living center was built there. This is the middle school. The track where one triage area was at, and this is where the final triage area was at in the high school. One thing significant about April the 17th was that most of the time during this time, this was track season, so a lot of kids would have been out running track. There have been a lot of things going on there, but they had a track meet that had got canceled earlier in the week, and they rescheduled it on this day. So all the students from the high school were gone to the track meet when this happened. So the initial call for the fire was at about 7:15 at night. The initial fire unit arrived on scene about 5 minutes later. Now, West is solely volunteer firefighters. So these guys come from their jobs, they come from their homes and things like that. So they had a pretty fast response. There was also the first responder from, we're all volunteers, as I said, and then the volunteer EMS, which is West EMS. They have about 80 volunteers, which is pretty significant for our area. And we're actually holding a EMT class at the time. So they had some EMT students there, and the fire call went out, and you know how everybody wants to go, especially when you're brand new. You know, you want to run out and help people. So there were 2 explosions in this that were milliseconds apart, and we lost 12 first responders and 3 residents. We had 91 people that were treated, that were transported. 11 went by air and 80 by ground. We had 8 red patients, 36 yellow, 47 green. 300 patients were seen at area facilities. A lot of those patients came by private vehicle and different other modes of transportation. This quickly became a night operation, which really doesn't seem significant unless you're there. And then in my business, we had some thunderstorms that were coming in from the south that really kind of limited some of our abilities as well. So this is a photo of the initial fire. It doesn't look like anything that big, does it? If you can see, this was actually the tank that exploded here beside the fire. These are all anhydrous ammonia tanks. And this tank right here is actually another storage tank for various different things. So the fire grew fairly quickly, and volunteer firefighters are very good, despite what President Obama says. They're not professional, they are professional. And they give their lives just like professional firefighters do. And so the fire grew very quickly. It is our beliefs from the survivor that was there, that was injured as a firefighter, that they were attempting to pull back when this happened. So this is an actual photograph of the explosion. A couple things I want you to notice here in the explosion. It's just the magnitude of it, and you can see how big the fire actually got for the explosion. If you can see, these are shrapnels here that was caught actually on camera during the explosion. This is a photograph of This is the famous check stop. Deli's audience, there we go. The famous check stop where everybody stops to get their kolaches. This is probably up until about 4 years ago, the only commercial business in West. It was, the Sonic was really the first thing that we ever had that was commercialized. But this photograph is about a mile from the actual explosion site. This photograph is actually on I-35 corridor, and this is about 2 miles from the explosion site. This was about 3 miles from the explosion site on the I-35 corridor. Now, if you remember back to the original map that I talked about, and I showed you where my house was by air, or by the way the crow flies, as we say in Texas. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was going to do that. It's about 35 miles. I had just gotten in from a trip from St. Louis, Missouri, and how many guys we got in here that are married? Good, right? What happens when you go on a trip? Something always happens at the house, right? So when I got home, I had no kitchen. My kitchen was gone. My wife decided the day I left that she's going to remodel the kitchen. Now, if you read my bio, you'll know that we have anywhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 11 foster children at any time during our house, and they range right now. We have 3 10-month-olds. We have 3 4-year-olds, a 5-year-old, a 7 and 8-year-old. So you can imagine what our house is like. So my wife and I are standing in the garage, and I'm looking at these cabinets she's bought, trying to imagine them like she has inside her house. And mind you, I've been to St. Louis at a leadership training all week long, so my mind's still moving around about what I've learned and what are we going to do with these cabinets and how are we going to do this with a house full of kids. And my phone rings. And when your phone rings and you look at it, and my wife's like, well, who's that? It was one of my nurses. Don't take that, because it's a call you never want to take. So I get on the phone with her, and she's talking about 160 miles an hour, telling me that the fertilizer plant is on fire. And I'm like, well, what are you calling me for? You need to be leaving, because that's some bad stuff over there. Many, many times as I flew at that base, we would sit on the porch of our base that we'll see here in a minute, and we would think about the railroad coming through. What happens if the railroad, there's, the train derails and all this stuff is in the air? Where are we going? So we've always talked about that in the 12 years that we've been there. And as I'm talking to her on the phone, I hear the explosion in the background. And of course she screams. She's outside. My 2 employees are outside. And I'm like, what happened? And she goes, it just exploded. And I could literally still hear metal hitting our building. So the significance about where I live is one thing. About, I would say 10 or 15 seconds after that, our garage doors actually rattled where we were standing. So we'll talk a little bit more. This photograph is about 25 miles away. You can see the impact of the explosion. And this is ground zero. So let me point out some of the things in ground zero. Of course, this is inevitable. This is the actual explosion site. This is the railroad track right here. All of this area right here is residential housing, as well as this area. This right here is an apartment complex, the only apartment complex in the city of West. This is the nursing home or long-term care facility. This is the EMS building, and this is an assisted living center, and this is airbag space right here. So this area right here is a large playground for school children, as well as in this area too is kind of a park. Now, a lot of people would say, why do you build a fertilizer plant in the middle of the city? Well, we don't do that in Texas. The fertilizer plant was built on the outside of the city, and the city moved to it. So, not that we just go and plant fertilizer plants next to high schools and things like that. I want to be very clear about that. The family that owns the fertilizer plant before is a huge contributor to the community. They live in the community. They're part of the community. So for any stretch of the imagination in the media and how that, we'll talk about the media in a minute, how they portrayed this, I don't, and personally, and I'm not speaking professionally or anything, and I know the family, great family, and they're totally devastated by this. So this is a picture of, this is looking from the south to the north after the explosion. You can see the various tanks and of course the ammonia anhydrous tanks that are back here that we transport to the fields and put them in the ground to help our crops grow. As you can see from this slide, all of the shrapnel, you know, from the tanks and the things that exploded in that. This is, I forget the exact size of the tank, but you can kind of see the devastation that came with it. The vehicle is parked here, the things on top of it. My pilot that was on duty that day did 3 tours in Vietnam, and he really said that this type of explosion really reminded him of a lot of things that he saw in Vietnam. So this is another picture just of how things played out. Again, the fertilizer plant, the nursing home facility, and the nursing home facility wasn't a small facility. It's about a 200-bed facility, 60,000 square foot, so very large. The middle school here, high school is actually right here, and our place of business is right here. So let's talk a little bit about the event. So let me back up one slide again. The evacuation plan of the nursing home that Christine will talk more about later was that the residents would evacuate to our parking lot in the event of a disaster. And this parking lot is actually the parking lot for the old hospital. So I drove from my home to West, which took me about an hour because of traffic, and they had I-35 completely shut down. And I spent the last 6 miles in the ditch dodging things to get to West. And keep in mind that I-35 at that time and today is still under a major widening project. So there's a lot of barriers and things to get around. When I got there, there was about 100 nursing home residents in this actual area right here. So one of the things difficult for triage in that is we didn't have a lot of historical with these patients because nurses were still not only treating the injured there, but then this all of a sudden, since we saw a lot of people there, people that were injured just came to that area. What we didn't really initially think about was that the winds were changing with the thunderstorms coming. This is only about 1,000 feet from the actual blast site. This is about 1,200 feet, 1,500 feet from the blast site. So we were still a little bit close. But in the same sense, a lot of these people's vehicles were destroyed. Our EMS lost 2 of their ambulances, actually ended up losing 3 out of that. So the initial response from who we depend on daily was at best crippled. Not to mention the 12 firefighters that lost their lives and EMS students that were involved in that were also a part of the West Volunteer Units. This is actual photograph, and kind of keep in mind that it's really hard. This was pretty late in the game because, you know, we were focused more on treating the injured people. So a lot of these shots came from the media, and but this was the actual initial triage point, as we call it today. So nursing home patients, you know, not having a chart to look at and things like that, we didn't know whether their mentation was normal, abnormal, and all those different things in triage. So this is an aerial view from the actual football field where the second triage point went to. And as the thunderstorm started to move, of course, the fumes from the fire that was still ongoing, and then the threat of maybe another explosion happened. So this point was actually moved to one more triage center after that. This is just a picture of some of the resources available there. This is actually at the final triage point where really, in some sense, was kind of a mass chaos, a lot of volunteers. And I think in our plan that we have in place, not today, at this event, we didn't really have a good piece for volunteers. And what do we do with those people? Because they came out of the woodwork. I mean, we had, at my base, people just walk up. I mean, people like a city councilman from Dallas, 70 miles away. You know, what can I do? And have to send them to where the triage center is to get some more advice. So this is the final triage point, which is the community center in West, which is about 3 miles from the actual blast site. One of the things that we did here in the triage area was actually most of the red patients were gone by then, and they came. Most of those went out by air, and right behind here, which I don't have a good picture of because we were really busy that night, was we had a place to land 4 helicopters at one time. So we were able to move patients very quickly once they got on the ground. So a lot of these patients were in wheelchairs, and to talk a little bit about the volunteers, I think some of the biggest unsung heroes in this that we still haven't been able to find are 4 young men. And being from the country and being, as we say in Texas, redneck, their idea was, hey, we've got a trailer, we've got a truck, we've got some buddies, let's go pick up some people. So they came to the initial triage point, loaded the nursing home patients in wheelchairs on the 16-foot flatbed trailer, put 1 person with each nursing home patient, and we moved about 30 people at a time with that. So, you know, with the threat of the thunderstorm, the threat of that, you know, it may have not been the most optimal mode of transportation, but it certainly worked at this point. So this is actually a photograph of them getting ready to load up the trailer. We also utilize school buses, and those school buses went to further out facilities, mostly had green patients on them, or maybe we were trying to get them evaluated to get them to another long-term care facility. So let's talk a little bit about media. West is just kind of has one of everything. And most recently, we got a hotel about 4 years ago. And, you know, this was an influx of not only the local media, state, but national media as well. And when they come, they stay for a long time. Get them ready to go home pretty quickly. Because they're looking for a story, you know, they're looking for a glimmer of hope in a really bad situation. So, you know, the briefings, the one thing I can say about briefing is to be very careful what you say in the briefing. Be as broad and as limited as you can be, and, you know, decline to answer specific questions. That will keep you out of a lot of trouble. This is actually a photograph from our major trauma facility there in Waco. I was just so proud of the system that we had built in Texas. And I've been very notorious as saying that we prepare for our last disaster. You know, we, for so long, our disaster preparedness drills evolved around hurricanes. They evolved around active shooters, tornadoes, and things like that that normally happen in Texas. But what I will say is it prepared us very well for the unknown, and that unknown being the West explosion. So we'll talk a little bit about Hillcrest and their response momentarily. This is a picture of the nursing home, and I'll just kind of go through these next few slides for just kind of pictures so you can understand the devastation. I think what was real ironic to me was, of course, from my corporate level that's based in right outside of St. Louis, Missouri, everybody wanted to come help, and they called me and go, hey, we're getting a plane together, we're coming down, what can we do? And I said, the best thing y'all can do is stay right where you're at. And they did. And, you know, they supported us from the phone. You know, they got us resources that we needed there in the community and supported our employees very well. Because what I want you to understand, in my last slide I'll show you, I had 2 employees that live in West, and they both completely lost their homes. One employee was on duty and one employee was off duty. And the employee that was off duty was at home, and his actual home was about 200 yards from the blast site. And he was physically standing on the 2nd story inside his bedroom messing with a smoke detector to install, because him and his wife were about to adopt a baby, and he was getting ready for the baby to come and all the things that he'd go through. When the explosion happened, it blew him about 20 feet inside his home, and I went and saw the impression on the wall where his back and body hit. And he's actually the son of the medical director of the nursing home. Christine will talk about it a little bit. This is an actual picture of the nursing home, and this is on the east side of the blast site. This is a picture of the middle school. It's so close that part of the shrapnel that hit the middle school was hot enough that it ignited a fire and burned there. So we have the fire going on at the fertilizer plant. We have the fire going on at the middle school. We have injured people, and our first response leg is gone. Not only that, but our first 2 mutual aid first responses are wounded as well. So this is a site right above my base, which is about 1,000 feet away, and you can see the fertilizer plant, the railroad tracks, and this is the actual apartment complex. And this is a 60,000 square foot nursing home. This is the EMS building. This is actual picture of my base, and it doesn't look that bad, but I would kind of point something out. Pictures never do it justice. But you can kind of see some lines right here. This is actually the wall that faces the explosion site, and it was blown in 12 inches. Actually, 2 before it popped and made like this. All the furniture on that wall was moved out about 18 inches. All the underpinning was blown off. And the 3 cars that were there were all 3 totaled from the blast. So this picture is real significant, it's real subtle. And sometimes looking back on the disasters, we wonder how we didn't have a bigger disaster. This is actually the hangar where my aircraft stays. This is opposite the blast site. This is the hangar door. There was an aircraft being worked on inside the hangar. Our aircraft was actually out on the hangar during the explosion. I want you to notice right here, anybody know what that is? Fuel truck. Yeah. What you can't see in this picture right now is I have a 5,000 gallon fuel tank that sits right here. And we were getting a load of Jet A when the explosion happened. Sounds pretty bad, doesn't it? Wait till you see the next slide. Well, not the next slide, almost the next slide. So you kind of see the ripple effect. It actually blew some tin off the top of the building, and the ripple effect for the whole building was a total loss. I don't have, because it was dark, I don't have a lot of good pictures on the inside, but it was just a total loss. All the light fixtures were blown out and those type of things. Now don't take this, these are oxygen bottles. They were actually laid down. That didn't happen. They were secured in this rack. And when we started all the first response and treating the people, we used that oxygen to resupply with. This is actually the aircraft that was sitting on the inside of the hangar. It blew the windows out of it on the inside of the hangar. It was totally sealed. So you can imagine the impact at 1,000 yards. And I talked about 40 miles away and how it rattled my garage door. This actually was a 2.1 on the Richter scale. And that doesn't really go with how far the blast was. Okay, the picture I showed you with the fuel tank, fuel truck, this is actually a waste fuel tank. When we do our fuel checks every day, we have to have a place to waste it. And these have 4 55-gallon barrel drums in it. So if you remember back on the earlier slides, I showed you all the shrapnel coming off the explosion. A piece of shrapnel, you can't see in this photograph, will be the next one, hit the left front fender of the fuel truck, deflected off the fuel truck. It went through this containment system and hit the edge of my fuel tank. Why? While they were offloading fuel. You can actually see the photo's not very good. This is the 17-pound piece of metal that came 1,000 feet, and this is where it struck my containment center, my fuel tank. So, we're talking about, had this piece of metal been 3 foot left or right, that's a different story today. So this is a photograph of the inside of our building. As you can see, all the ceiling tiles were blown down from the blast. It was just, man, I mean, it wasn't even like a tornado. It was just something a lot different. More of our ceiling tiles, this is actually the living area where we watch TV and we do things like that. So the blast on the walls and the actual repercussion of it just blew all those ceiling tiles out and on the ground and just totally pushed stuff around. So to kind of go back to the impact of the blast, this is the railroad tracks that were right beside the blast. This is the furthest most west side of the railroad track. This is supposed to be right here, and this is supposed to be over here. So if you can kind of notice something here in talking with the different agencies that responded to the blast and talking with the guys in the federal ATF, they really feel like that if this railroad track was not elevated, that we would have dealt with a lot more fatalities. We would probably dealt with a lot more disaster, because what they feel like happened was the initial blast, that this railroad bed absorbed a lot of the blast. This is a picture of the apartment complex. I believe there was one fatality in the apartment complex, and maybe 2. We feared that there were 2 children, but they ended up being somewhere else, so that was great. But this is actually the blast side. And they were pretty close to it. They were within 500 feet. This is my crew. This guy right here, Kevin Smith, he was actually one that was blown across his house. He's a pretty big boy. He's about 220 pounds. So he was blown across there. Angela Bryce was my nurse that lost her home in the blast. And all the rest of the guys, with the exception of him, he lives in Killeen, and she lived up in the Metroplex. All of them live in or around the West community. So it hit really a lot of home to a lot of those guys. So you guys have any questions?
What was the time from the initial fire till when the tank started to levy?
I believe it was about 40 minutes.
What was the mutual aid response? Was there a contingent plan if that plant ever caught on fire to have other departments assist?
You know, we would like to say there was a plan in place. There was not a formal plan in place for that initial, you know, explosion. Now, we had a lot of plans in place, but to say, if this catches on fire, we're going to do that. You know, the mutual aid response was pretty standard. You know, West would call different agencies around when they had any type of fire, other than maybe a small grass fire. You know, we'd have entities coming from the north, about 7 miles away, from the west, about 10 miles away, from the east, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 miles away. And then if it was bad enough, we'd have Waco respond with measures. But most of the time, what we've seen historically did not require that south response from Waco. Some of the smaller departments around Waco would come, but usually not the city. So slow. We're a little over almost 10 months into it. As I understand it, as of about 2 weeks ago, 2 residents that have lost their homes have moved back in, you know, rebuilt and moved back in. The EMS building's probably a couple of weeks from being rebuilt, and because of the dynamics of the area, the nursing home actually wanted to build back where our complex was at. So we're moving down the road north about 10 minutes to the town of Hillsborough, and we're a couple of weeks away. But it's slow. You know, there's a lot of red tape with federal dollars, and you know, just a big influx of construction and removal and things like that. All the removal's done. That's going to be done for the most part, and now it's just the rebuilding part. Somebody had a question in the back? Okay.
What started the initial fire? Say no?
That's still up for debate. I think the most likely thing was, you know, there was some question, of course, anytime there's an event like this, is it was a terrorist thing. That was totally eliminated. They actually believe the paramedic, I know all of y'all have seen it, so I'm not talking any secrets here, that it has been arrested and is actually serving some penitentiary time. They do not believe that he had anything to do with it. The most common story is that this facility had a golf cart that the batteries had been recalled on that they did or didn't know about, and they feel like that there was probably a short in that caused the fire. I'm sorry, do you have another question?
Yeah. Being that I was here in Michigan, and like everybody else, this happened in the shadow of Boston, it appeared to me that there wasn't enough support by the government initially to respond to this disaster, which, when you consider the loss of lives and the magnitude of personal property destruction, was much bigger than Boston. They know Boston because it was a terrorist attack and because of the highly publicized event. Did you feel that the federal response was slow? And
you know, our state response was awesome. You know, we probably had the state there after our regional assets were there, which was the day saver. Our regional assets were, and the state come in, and of course, when the state gets involved, it kind of lets things up a little bit personally. But yeah, the federal response, you know, President Obama came to the memorial, promised all this aid, and then was denied. Governor Perry came back and appealed that, and it was eventually awarded. So, you know, the federal aspect of it, you know, it didn't quite meet the requirements, but after the appeal, they gave it a second thought. And of course, that kind of slows things down a little bit, but we need the money. to rebuild, and the residents do as well. Any other questions? Got one way back in the back.
Any concerns with air quality and use of PPE and any residual health issues?
No residual health issues that I'm aware of. Okay, yeah, Christine will.
So we're in the process of finishing, I'm Christine Reeves, I speak next, but the health piece is coming up. So our public health for the area is a local county public health, and they just finished their epidemiological surveillance of the situation. And they are in the process of, as you know, epi takes a little while to do. They will be watching to see if there is any residual. At this point, we haven't had any respiratory issues due to the explosion, but the residents and other people, responders in the area, are being monitored to see if there is anything residual. At this point, we don't think there will be, but it definitely is going to be a public health surveillance for many years to come, just to ensure that for future planning for other areas.
I do know this, in my career history, I've also been a medical death investigator, so I read a lot of autopsies, and I know there was no mention of toxic things in the firefighters that died on scene. So that was some relief that there was not a suffering of that. So, yeah, yes, ma'am.
Will the middle school be rebuilt when that's there?
They will all be rebuilt.
The fertilizer plant, is that being rebuilt?
No, the fertilizer plant is not being rebuilt, but the middle school and the high school are totally destroyed, so they're in the process of being rebuilt. Yes, ma'am.
How much financial responsibility did the fertilizer company take for the destruction?
I'm not quite sure of the dollar figure, and of course a lot of those are still some legal battles that are ongoing. I know that their initial, if I'm not mistaken, was about $1 million in liability through their insurance. So that doesn't even start. Any other questions? Yes.
How many people worked at the fertilizer company? It appears to be a small town, so all the employees would...
Yeah, I don't know the exact figure, but I'm going to say it was less than 20. You know, it's a really small knit community, and of course, that number would grow during planting season and fertilizing season like that. That may have up to 50 there. But one thing that that supported a lot of other jobs. You know, so now that being a major hub for fertilizer and anhydrous and things like that, some of the other areas, smaller towns had to pick up that load. So, you know, now that across the nation there's a little more, I guess, a bigger eye on fertilizer plants and where they're at, what they're holding, and you know, as I said earlier, we particularly prepare for our last disaster. So I think there's a lot more oversight on that, not only at the state level, but at the federal level. More questions?
Where did all the nursing home patients go?
Yeah, she'll address that in her presentation, and we'll take her thunder real quick.
Take a half of it, I don't know what I'm talking about.
The chemical that caused the big explosion, what was it made of?
It was ammonium nitrate.
It was the ammonium from the anhydrous ammonium.
And they also had some stored physically, ammonium nitrate, instead of the liquid anhydrous. Any other questions? This side we're going to need some. Back here. Okay.
Is she going to be going over the wounding pattern that you guys saw?
I'm sorry, the what pattern?
Will she be going over like the wounding pattern of what you guys saw?
Did you say wounding?
Wounding pattern?
Yeah, I can cover that.
More questions? Give a couple more. Okay, I'm sorry.
At some point, you can talk about what you guys do to help you.
That help us?
Yeah, like critical incident stress.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to that. We did have a regional response to that, where most of the firefighter EMS agencies that responded to that had a CISM brief, I think, 3 different occasions.
Availability, or how many times they did?
Yeah, availability.
Oh, it's not more than that.
Yeah, we had several available resources. I know internally with our people, we did a couple of different things because they were so close to it and close to a lot of the responders that we left. We actually, our company offers one-on-one counseling with a counselor, so we were able to offer that to the employees, and we had quite a few of them that really took a hold of that and used it. So, question over here? One more question. You got it? Okay. One more.
You said, what do you do with the volunteers that show up? I mean, it's kind of like, well, you have, like, let's say you have the Red Cross, you have Samaritan's Purse, you have all these different organizations. I know I'm on different emails.
Those volunteers are a little more organized, and they help follow the plan. The volunteers I'm speaking of are more community volunteers that are not involved in a formal process. You know, they just show up, what can I do? You know, like I said in the beginning, this is a really, really close-knit community. So, you know, this was their family members, it was their brothers and their sisters and their neighbors, so they wanted to help out. Other community members that came, sometimes, I guess for lack of a better term, they were kind of rubberneckers. You know, they wanted to come in and, you know, a county judge from a neighboring county was there, and I'm like, dude, you know, throw your boots and gloves and go help somebody. Just don't walk around, you know, and do nothing. So the thing of that is trying to organize them, and kind of like we learned in paramedic school, if you see somebody standing around, someone come, you know, hold this or do this. So, you know, it was more, a lot of hands on deck, and was probably, in my opinion, the most difficult piece to manage.
So are you developing something for you guys?
Well, I do know this, our police departments and sheriff departments around the area, they learned how to set up a max casualty tent, and they did pretty good. Yeah, they did pretty good the first time they did it upside down, I think, or backwards or something. You realize that they tore it all down, put it back up, and they did it probably as quick as any of the people have been trained on it. So, yeah.
I appreciate it, because I think volunteers help a lot.
Oh, absolutely. You know, as I spoke to the 4 young men that thought way outside the box, you know, we're looking for school buses, we're looking for this, we're looking for that, and they pull up in a 16-foot flatbed trailer, and they just start loading people up, you know, it worked beautifully. Not the most optimal and probably not the most safest, but it did work. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it very much. I had the pleasure of meeting Steve and Christine both down in New Orleans at a healthcare coalition conference, and so that was why I knew they were top-notch speakers down there, and that's why I asked them to come on up here. So next, Ms. Reeves. Christine has been involved in emergency preparedness and response for the past 25 years. During this time, she's been in fire, EMS, and emergency management. She is currently responsible for the hospital preparedness program for 3 healthcare coalitions serving more than 20 counties in Texas. HOTRAC is the lead agency in the Emergency Medical Task Force and serving 7 of the central areas of Texas. Please give a welcome to Ms. Christine Reeves.
Okay, can y'all hear me? Steve, do you have a clicker? Oh, there it is. So thank you as well for having me come speak. So now I get to do the whole teacher thing. So you got to do the fun, talk about the cool things that happen. I get to talk about the planning part and really spend a lot of time on some lessons we learned. A lot of them stem around long-term care. In Texas, long-term care has a few definitions, and we'll go through some of that. So today's objectives, we're going to talk about how bad they could have been. Steve alluded to that if the shrapnel would have hit his Jet A, if the kids would have had something going on. This is a primarily Czech community who's primarily Catholic, and they have church services on Wednesday night, and the Catholic church is on the other end of town. So families that weren't away at the track meet were at church. So there were less people in the homes that would have been home on any other night. If it had been Thursday night, there would have been a JV football game going on. And whatever you've seen in the movies about Texas football is absolutely the truth, and that's how it is. Everybody is at the football game. Understand the importance of prior preparedness planning and exercise. A lot of our lessons learned and all items on your HVA. A lot of people assume that we didn't know that the fertilizer plant was, that the fertilizer company was a fertilizer company. We all knew. They did the required Tier 2 reports when they had the amounts that they needed to. It's just part of the community though. There is a fertilizer company in most of the larger rural communities in Texas, particularly in the regions I service. Everywhere there's a group of people, there is probably a fertilizer company that's holding, because we live in a farming and ranching area. So while it wasn't top on our HVA, it's on there, but there have been fires at them for years and nothing's happened. And so you become complacent. A little bit of background about how we're set up. So the regional advisory councils were set up in the state of Texas to do trauma care. Make sure there's a systematic approach to move trauma patients around Texas because of the expanse, to make sure people got the care they needed. When the money came down back when HRSA had the money, they wanted to give it to the hospital association. They're like, well, not all 584 hospitals in the state of Texas are part of the association. We really can't really give things to non-members. And they're like, well, how else can we do it? Why don't we use the regional advisory councils? So the money started flowing through us. And in that part, we were already bringing EMS and hospitals and other healthcare providers to the table for trauma care development. So in HRSA Year 4, we were already in the coalition building stage that we're now called Tier 2 with the new funding requirements that come out. And Tier 3, of course, is working with our jurisdictions. And you'll see after this how we have beginning to move into our Tier 3 responses. Want to brief mention, Steve said we planned to what our last disaster was. The last big disaster that our community was part of was Hurricane Ike. Waco and the areas I service are not on the coast. Houston is on the coast. Ike hit the Houston-Galveston area. 5.5 million people were evacuated from that area for Hurricane Ike. It caused issues for us. We needed to, in order for our hospitals to take patients from the hospitals down in the Houston-Galveston area, they started discharging patients, of which a lot of them needed long-term care. Maybe a few days earlier than they would have been, or kind of pushing to make room. When we tried to do that, we found out that our state agency, Department of Aging and Disability, which is the licensing agency for our long-term care centers, had already been moving residents into those spaces. So we didn't have places to offload our hospital patients. And that'll make sense here shortly. We identified the importance of bringing, for us, long-term care includes nursing homes, assisted living centers, skilled nursing facilities. LTACs don't really fall for Texas in long-term care because they're actually licensed by the hospital licensing agency. So they're included in our hospital section. Then April 17, 2013 hit. The day we'll always remember. It's one of those things. And I tried very hard to say company because plant alludes to that they were manufacturing the fertilizer, and they were not. They were just a holding station. So try and keep me on point because I still slip and say plant all the time because it's the easiest and that's what everybody says. So this is another map of similar to what Steve showed you, but it actually shows the footage to the locations and where the nursing home was in what would be considered the red zone. In the pictures you saw, Steve is absolutely correct. It does not give any validation to what it looked like when the explosion occurred. If you've ever been part of, if you're a war veteran, you got it. If you've ever been part of an F5 tornado, that's what it looked like when we were after the explosion happened in the daylight the next day. So timeline. Steve went over this a little bit, but I'm going to focus a little bit more on what West Haven Nursing Home did. So the fire call went out, and part of that nursing facility's plan was that if a large fire broke out at the fertilizer plant or somewhere, see there I go again, fertilizer company, that they would begin to move their patients to the opposite end of the nursing home. So they moved from the east, started moving patients in the east wing over to the west wing. And that's part of their normal plan. That's what they do because of the smoke and it was getting bigger. Little did we know that it was going to explode, and that brunt of that, them moving those patients is part of the reason why we didn't lose as many nursing home patients as we did, because they had evacuated that side of the facility in advance of the explosion. A local physician, Dr. George Smith, you saw him on television. He's very big in the community, a huge supporter of emergency medical care, and he was over there just making sure that the nursing home had been following their plan and was evacuating the patients because he had been at home. And so he wanted to make sure, he went to go check on it pretty much. Are you doing what we've been planning you're going to do? And they had been. Part of the reason, and then they began evacuating out. The reason was that the firefighters on scene split. Some stayed to fight the fire. The other ones went to begin evacuation because they knew it was getting bad. So there weren't as many people at home, or they weren't still at the apartment complex. And they started evacuating the nursing home patients farther and more of them away from the blast. This is a picture. Steve alluded to everybody was in wheelchairs. If you in hospital planning, we always say we never have enough wheelchairs. We never have enough wheelchairs. You're not going to move patients in this type of a situation. You're not going to load them onto a stretcher. You're going to move them out the best way possible. The fastest way was with those wheelchairs. The bedridden patients, they moved into wheelchairs and they pushed them out the door. That was the fastest mode of movement of patients that we've had. Following the explosion, they did a full evacuation of the nursing home. Like Steve said, the evacuation was into air evacs area where they have parking and stuff. And then the intent of the plan was, once whatever the fire was over, whatever, they would take the patients back inside. Well, there wasn't a back inside to take the patients to. Of course, Dr. Smith initiated it going over. And when I say that the community stepped in, I mean the community became our first responders. We lost our first round of responders. It wasn't just West, it was also the mutual aid fire departments that had been there. So the next round, as Steve alluded to at the very end, was coming from Waco and Hillsborough and the surrounding regional area. It seemed like forever. There was probably only a good 15, 20 minutes max for those agencies to call up additional resources and get them to the city of West. That city of West is a good 20-minute drive from Waco if you're ready to go and you're pounding the pavement to get there. So we got there fast. It seemed like forever. I'm glad it wasn't, 35 degrees outside like it is at home right now, because we'd have had a really hard time keeping those residents warm. Initial triage occurred for the patients that were transferred to the hospital for additional care. Steve alluded to that patients just left. Think of how we plan for schools and when they go on lockdown and parents can't come pick up, but all the parents show up to pick up their kids. Nursing home, same exact thing. If you don't think that's going to happen, it's absolutely going to happen. If the families live locally to that nursing home, they are coming just like they came for their kids at the school, they are coming for them at the nursing home. And because of the chaos and everything going on, we didn't know who, I mean, there wasn't somebody to monitor that person went with the right family. We found out in the end everything worked out well and we didn't have any issues, but that's going to be one of the lessons learned. Very similar to that. Some of the family took their loved ones to the hospital. Others took them home. Others showed up on doorsteps of other nursing homes in other communities around town. Or not around town, around the community or out into the region. I have to say that those nursing home administrators stepped up and they absorbed those patients that those families showed up with. No medical records, no doctor of knowledge. They just showed up and said, this is what happened. And they said, come in here, sign this sheet, have a seat, we'll take care of them. They gave them a bed. That same thing happened for us in Ike. So our long-term care centers have stepped up for our region twice when we needed them to step up and take patients. This is a picture of one of our nursing home patients. We assume we're going to know. We schedule and we practice the evacuation. And when we do, we put the nice little medical record on the chest of the patient and we wheel them to wherever we're going, or we put them on the stretcher and we wheel them. There was not one face sheet or medical record on any of these patients. And I'm going to guess, probably about 60% of them have some sort of dementia onset or full-blown Alzheimer's. They don't know who they are. They couldn't tell us who they were. So that was something to work on as the days progressed. Lots of John Does. We used up all of our does that we had in the facilities that we had. Pre-planning. As I said, we talk about several things. Another thing that long-term care means for us is the continued care that individuals need following a disaster. Sometimes we think that once we've treated them and released them that we're finished. Not necessarily true. Emergency management needs to know when their entire treatment is finished. We're still tracking the same patients that we were tracking the night of the incident. Not just the epidemiological surveillance, but to make sure that they have followed through with all of their care. Several of them needed additional rehab and other interventional treatment following their initial treatment. So it's very important that we partner with our long-term care facilities for preparedness across the board in the health and medical or the ESF-8 section. They've served well as alternative care sites for other long-term care facilities, for hospitals, for other areas where you might have healthcare patients that you need to be in a healthcare type setting. Coordination of transportation assets is imperative in evacuation. As you can see, we can use trailers and buses. The majority of them, we moved on a school bus. It was not the school bus driver that was driving the school bus. Somebody who knew where the keys were at the transportation place went and got the keys and loaded them up. I mean, it was about the community. So it was very hard to keep track. The first bus showed up at a Waco hospital before the Waco hospital knew that bus was going to be there. They got a call, says we're sending a bus. The bus they got was not the bus. They got the call saying they were getting the bus because they got bus number 2. So again, it's just getting a handle on everything. Another thing with transportation assets we found in ours, this isn't specific to West, but just in our regional planning, is that a lot of our long-term care centers have contract agreements with local EMS providers. If we need to do an evacuation, our high acuity patients are going to come get them and move them for us. And yes, if that's the only thing that's going on is the evacuation of that one facility, absolutely. That EMS agency is going to be available. If it's an explosion or it's something else, those assets are not going to be available to the long-term care community. They're going to be used for acute care for whatever's going on in the 911 portion of what's going on. So we found out that we had several, our local EMS had several contracts with all of the nursing homes that are in their area, because of course, absolutely they're going to help them move. But not if 2 of them have to be evacuated, or 3 or more. We're going to test that coming up soon. We're going to do a full, when I say regional for us, there's 22 regions that do this hospital preparedness, healthcare preparedness portion. And 2 of those areas are going to test together. We're going to lay the swath of the Moore tornado across our region. We're going to take out one of our hospitals and see what that does. And one of our testing is going to be about our transportation assets and movement of people. Knowing the limitations of all the facilities, I can tell you anything you want to know about the hospitals in the 3 regions that I serve. I can tell you how many beds they have, their average daily census, how many negative pressure rooms they have, if their staff's been through CBRN training. I cannot tell you what the level of training is in the nursing facilities in those 3 regions. I can't even tell you, I can guesstimate off the top of my head how many there are, or how many patients are at any given time. Our knowledge base for our long-term care isn't as deep as our acute healthcare base, and it should be. So that's one of the things that we're learning and working on. Collection of bed availability. We need to know the bed availability in our long-term care facilities just as much as we need to know the available beds in our hospitals. Lots of you in here do the wonderful national bed polls. I'm sure you do state bed polls of how many beds you have available in your hospitals. We do not test our capacity to gather that information from our long-term care facilities. We don't in Texas. In Michigan, you guys might. If you don't, you might consider it. We are actually piloting a project for the state of Texas to where we'll actually use the exact same system that we use for hospitals. We will use it for nursing homes and assisted living centers and the other, so that we know how many beds they have available, because we know that in many situations, both in our HVA with hurricane evacuation as well as the West explosion, I need to know where the beds are so we can put the people in the beds that are best for them. To ensure knowledge of all available resources, again, I kind of talked about that. It's knowing what's there, who's going to be using it, and coordinating those assets. It's just as important. Okay, let me back up a little bit. This is what I do. So this is what Christine thinks, not that of Hot Rod or the state of Texas or anyone else. But it is just important to know where your resources are and be able to coordinate those, as it is for the guys and gals that are fighting the fire and doing the law enforcement, and the EMS providers are picking up the people. Because their eyes are here, and they need somebody up here helping direct them in the right areas for large-scale incidents. And a knowledge of our resource request process. So we get the hospitals on board. Never even thought to have a session with our long-term care facilities about how they can request assets. They're used to calling the state agency. Well, in Texas, there's this administrative code that exists that says you can't get anything that way because it's got to follow the emergency management route, because if it doesn't, when it is a nationally declared disaster, they're not getting any assistance. And so it's important that we teach them the same process that we have taught other entities on what to do. Lessons learned. So they need to be included in planning from the very beginning. That was a failure on our part, so we're in year 14, 15 of this planning process. And we've had bits and pieces of our long-term care grouping come, and they talk to their peers, but we really don't have the same response. Every hospital in Texas is part of our preparedness program in some way, shape, or form. Every nursing home or assisted living center or skilled nursing facility is not. And that is something that we're trying to accomplish in the 3 regions that I service, is making sure we bring them all to the table, or giving them the opportunity to come to the table. Lots of times we just don't think to let them know. As part of the Healthcare Coalition, they need to drill and exercise, not just within themselves, but with the whole community. Ours do a great job. West Haven was able to do that evacuation spot on because they had been practicing how to do that. They had not been practicing on how to do that when they need to find another location for those people all over the region, or where some of them are going to be going to an acute care facility because of injuries sustained. And that nursing home administrator still needs to be able to know where that person is. Find a way to ensure they're tracked. So we're in this thinking outside the box stage right now, in lieu of West. So we were able to finally get copies of face sheets on day 2 following the incident. And those face sheets were from the last time they had scanned the sheets into their, not even really an electronic medical record system, but something similar. So that we had, I think it was the week before was the last time there had been copies of those made. And the part of their plan has the nursing home administrator take home copies in a locked case, so that should something happen, she's got the information. This information is about a week old. So for a long time we were looking for people who are no longer in the facility. So finding a way to keep that information current. In Texas, our long-term care facilities are not, a majority of them are not ever going to be on electronic medical records. They're very small facilities that are owned locally and maintained. So we need to figure out a way to do that. One of the things that we've been talking about in that is using our same patient tracking system that we use for our hospitals, but use it for our nursing home patients, but load them in advance. Nursing home, for us, for nursing homes and for assisted living, the census doesn't change a whole lot. That people are continually there for a long period of time. And so the idea that we're piloting is to data enter the information on the patient because they have bands that have barcodes, and when they, should West happen again in a location, if they're already preloaded into our patient tracking when they arrive at a hospital and they zap their band, then their information will flow up. It won't be all of their medical record information, but it'll be the main stuff you need. Their name, phone number, their official, what medications they're on, what their diagnosis is. So this is something that we're piloting. If we'd have had that operational for West, we'd have known where everybody was by 11 p.m. that night. Because we had evacuated, we had removed the very last person at like 11:05, I think was the time. It was actually the last nursing home patient out from under the rubble, alive, and still is, to my knowledge. So if we'd have had that, it would have made that tracking of those nursing home residents much easier. About 100, there's 111 nursing home residents at the time of the explosion that were in there. We treated in the hospital and in the surrounding hospitals, or we checked them out, not all needed treatment, 108 of those. So we had to locate where those others were, and that was by calling all the nursing homes in the area to see if they had received someone from West. It took us about 3 days before we knew exactly where all of those patients were. Several of them, the ones that had gone to the hospital and were placed by case management, kudos if there's anybody in here from a hospital and case management, or just from hospital. Our case management and our hospitals were rock stars this night. The nursing home people that showed up on one of the buses that really didn't need treatment, that was just about getting them out of the elements and that case management group came in and placed all of those patients with very minimal knowledge, but they had the relationships with the nursing homes in the community. So they were a very big player in our regional response and tracking of the nursing home patients. We talked about collecting of the bed data and how we're working on it. Actually, it's our area as well as El Paso because it's a bi-national area. They have a lot of people from Mexico that work there during the day that live in Juarez. So we're testing it over there as well. We want to ensure that all the partners, healthcare or not, are aware of what the coalition is responsible for in advance. One of the things that happened is that we had about 4 different agencies trying to locate the nursing home patients. We had been tasked by emergency management that was our tasking. When I say our, I'm talking about our Regional Medical Operations Center, or ESFA hub, that services several jurisdictions at one time, gets everybody together. And so we had been tasked to do that. So in the midst of everybody trying to do a whole bunch of things, the State Department of Aging and Disability was trying to locate them. The Department of State Health Services was trying to locate them. The DPS captain, our Department of Public Safety, was trying to locate him because ultimately he's responsible to provide information up to the governor's office. And then media. And that doesn't include everybody calling to find out where their family is. They don't know where they're at. Someone I used to know lived in the area, was in the home. I don't know if she still is. Where can I find her? It was very difficult because you would make a call and they're like, I just told somebody. I understand, but I'm the one that's gathering this for the government. Well, that's what they said. I mean, it's like, it was very hard to pull the information when they were giving it to other agencies. And it was more about them, not them, the state, not realizing that what they perceived a rural area could actually respond and take care of the people in its community. Funny. Just like we've been told we need to be doing is taking care of the people in our community without any help for 72 hours. Well, that's what we were doing. You asked about the response. So we had regional assets were on scene by 8:23 is when my trailer arrived at the football field, which was the second triage location. State assets arrived there at like 9 o'clock. And when I say state assets, I mean the Commissioner of Health drove himself with other assets to the scene to make sure that we had what we needed. We had a lot of stuff and a lot of people. They were just stuff and people that hadn't been part of our community planning efforts, so it made our community plan very hard to accomplish. Steve showed you pictures of the community center. In the city of West Plan, that is the location for the community to go to in a disaster to get information, to find out what they needed. But not everyone was aware of that because they weren't from the area, so the wonderful help we received went to that area, so it made it very chaotic. So people who knew what to do were doing what they were supposed to be doing, but then other people were there doing what they thought they were supposed to be doing as well. So, you know, to make sure that your partners know what the healthcare community can do. That comes twofold. If you tell them you can do it, you better be able to deliver. Because when you don't deliver, then they're going to assume you will never be able to do it in the future. We talked about the media. In our area, I'm sure you're familiar, Crawford is just a few miles down the block from West. And we've had national media in and out of the area for years when George W. was president. We've handled national media. I'm really not sure how to explain the onslaught that we had of media everywhere. Anytime they got a sniff that there was something going on or that a patient was taken somewhere, somehow they added people and they got to that area. I'm not, CNN must have like 300 people that go to the scene of an incident so they can stick them in every crevice where they find out something's going on. Because every time I turned around, somebody was calling because CNN was at their door asking them a question. I'm like, I'm not sure how that could be possible because they're here and they're there. So it's really important that the whole healthcare community have a coordinated response, not the normal, you know, we've seen 1,200 people. Like really what they're going to say, or that they're not going to say anything, they're going to refer them somewhere else. Steve was absolutely correct. You have to be, the devil is in the details. Too many details get you in trouble, not enough details get you in trouble. but a coordinated response or message from everybody in the ESFA world makes a big difference, and would have been supportive for some of our areas who did not have to who have never had to deal with a media of this magnitude. This is Glenn Robinson. He's the CEO at our Lead Trauma Center, and he is a retired broadcaster. That's what he did. So he was a rock star. He talked to the media, they listened to him, he has that kind of, radio voice, and he was able to keep the media's attention. So if we had done a better job about pulling in the information or letting the long-term care facilities know that they could bunt the media relations up to us at the regional level, I think it would have been better for them. Next steps. So we're going to work on enhancing our coalition, about adding more of our long-term care partners, not just the ones that come, but really go and solicit their expertise and their knowledge and the resources that they have, but in turn also provide them the resources that we have. A lot of the same resources that we provide to the hospitals are exactly the resources that our long-term care partners are going to need. We just haven't had them in the loop as long as we've had the others. I talked about we're piloting the bed polling system for us in the state of Texas, and we're on a very short timeline to roll it out because for us hurricane season begins June 1 and you have to have everything ready to go by June 1 because evidently the only thing that happens in Texas are hurricanes, except the explosion and airplane crashes and other things. Long-term care facilities, patient tracking. For evacuation of theirs, but also about the reception that they receive of patients. So if we're moving a patient from a hospital to a nursing home, we can track which patients had to be moved because of the disaster. How many people did we have to, medical doctors don't get on to me for this, but how many did we have to adjust the care of to get them out of the hospital so that we could move them? What effect? The effect of a disaster isn't just on those people that are injured or respond, it's also on those that are displaced because of, and they were on purpose displaced. We on purpose discharged them from the hospital and placed them somewhere else. But we need to be able to know who those people are. So we're really going to try to do that. And then repatriation. A lot of those words have to do with our hurricanes, but it would work very well in non-hurricane situations, because you're still going to put them back, hopefully. West Haven, I think their long-term plan, they're probably not going to be back up and have patients back in it for probably 2 years at a minimum. Steve, does that sound right? So the chances that the same people that were there on April 17th of last year are probably not the same patients that are going to be back in the home at the time. Family may not want to move them again. They may not be alive. One of the deceased was a nursing home patient. And so you'll hear back and forth if it was 14 or it was 15. When this gentleman passed, he passed several days later, and he was 93, 94 years old, was frail and fragile before the move. So it's like, who are you to decide, did he get worse because of, or was it just his time? So when you hear them, you may hear a number difference between the two of those. Somebody asked about the injuries that we saw, right? Yes. So a lot of the injuries that we saw, we had, of course, shrapnel, lacerations, things of that nature. We had a few abdominal blast injuries. We had a lot of eardrum perforations, punctures. And a lot of the eardrum issue wasn't the explosion, it was the implosion back. So once the explosion happened, the sucking that Steve talked about that pulled his hangar door into his hangar is the same thing that caused the eardrums to rupture. And we were still seeing ruptured eardrums. I guess we saw the last new person in May, because they really didn't think that their headaches were because of something of the explosion. And so they had to do a lot of surgery. So we saw lots of eardrums and not as many eye injuries. We became part of a research project about blood trauma to the eye and how EMS treated it. When we went and looked, we actually only had, out of the 303 patients that were seen, only 4 of them had any type of penetrating eye injury. And that was surprising because, as Steve alluded to, it's a small community, so when there's fire, everybody is outside looking in to see what's going on and who's there. So we were very, very lucky, and I am very, very proud of the region that I service because they did what we've been training to do for all these years on a no-notice event at 8 o'clock on a Wednesday night, 2 days following Boston. I do want to, the Boston people are still here, I want to thank you guys because the media left because they found the terrorists. So that was much better for us. So if you can figure out a way to get the world media to go somewhere else following your disaster, you'll be much better off. But we had a lot of the media and everything because nobody was sure. 2 days ahead of time, Boston was suspected and they were very certain was a terroristic attack. We have been hearing for years that watch out because we're going to the middle of America and we're going to the heart, and then West happened. So another issue that we had that we have not worked through, and I failed to put on the thing, was when everyone thinks it's terroristic and then you can't move or do anything or you can't get where you need to get, because as soon as the law enforcement had enough, they kept bringing law enforcement until they could lock down that area and nobody was getting in and out. I think it took us till Saturday to actually get the whole scene locked down-ish. I mean, we're talking a huge area that had to get locked down. But our federal partners worked very well with us after the fact. There was that whole money thing. But as far as response, they gave us what we asked for. ATF did an awesome job. Took them forever, it felt like, but they did a great job. One thing I want to toot our horn just a tad bit. Steve mentioned that West EMS was devastated. Well, I think he said mildly crippled. I'm going to say devastated. It was the sole 911 provider for this small community of West. And it was a volunteer service, and they did the service free of charge to the community. I mean, you still bill the insurance and all that, but there wasn't a fee to the city to cover 911 service. We had several national companies that came in to the mayor and said, we'll cover it. You don't worry about it. We got the 911 coverage. We'll take care of it. We'll move everybody back, nursing home patients wherever they need to go. We'll handle it. Don't you worry. Afterwards, we want to sit down and talk about a contract. So for us in the rural area, that wasn't, I mean, it's about volunteers for us, as she mentioned. So all of the surrounding EMS providers in the areas that I service came together on a day and said, I said, can we cover it? And they said, absolutely. So for the 2 weeks, for the covering during the weeks of the funerals and memorial services, and 2 weeks after that, we had local providers providing 911, MICU, so paramedic, 24/7 in that community. And they were only billing whatever had to be billed. There was no mutual aid. They didn't go after mutual aid or additional monies from FEMA. It was about doing what was right, and it was about protecting West EMS and making sure they could come back to work and start up when they were ready to start up. And on May 1st, West started seeing and running their 911 service again, and continues still today to still run the service out of the temporary building, but their building should be ready in about 2 weeks. But it is about the community, and it's about keeping them involved. It's about making sure that everybody knows what their place is, and including all the partners, because at some point in a disaster, they're all going to be there. And so I hope you guys take from Steve and I that everybody has a place. And if you haven't included your long-term care partners in your planning, I think you've got a group that's put together. Please reach your arms out to them and bring them to the table. Because when you completely lose a nursing home on top of the disaster that's actually going on, it's its own little disaster in and of itself. And there are definitely, in Texas, different laws governing those type of establishments than there are for hospitals and others. So it's definitely not the same. Questions? Yes, ma'am.
You talked about patient tracking and about the issues, patients don't come to the patients are neatly on top of them. How do you address HIPAA regulations?
So, you mean like what's our plan moving forward?
Right, moving forward because of the confidentiality and all those.
So if we put them as part of our, if they're part of our planning and they're part of our system, the electronic system that we have is HIPAA compliant and meets all the guidelines. It's, you got to have a certain user ID and only certain people have access. And we would have, in Texas, we require user agreements between entities that are going to share information that might not be in the continuum of care. So we're in that process of getting those done. I've had the same 2 nursing homes that are going to test the bed polling for me are also going to test the patient tracking system, and we'll use it on a daily basis, like when they normally send their patient over to the hospital because they think they have pneumonia and they're going to be there for a few days, to see if that system will work. It'll work great, I think, for us in the rural areas. I'm not sure what it'll do in a metropolitan, but at this point I'm planning about the rural areas because they don't have as many resources as others do. Yes, ma'am.
And I'm talking about the nursing home. Do you know how supportive their state regulators were when after the disaster they identified some weaknesses in their evacuation plan?
In the evacuation plan, so that's a yes and a no question. So the plan came off exactly as they had been planning. However, there were these things that I talked about that we didn't think about because the planning was about you get back to that file cabinet in your office even after a tornado because we couldn't get to that stuff. It was like gone. So I think that is something that the facility will take into account when they build the new facility. As far as internally, if they had some things, I'm not privy to their internal AAR, but I am privy to what their comments have been at our larger after actions. But one of those is making sure of how you keep the identity with the patient. Not everybody was armbanded, and I know moving forward everyone will be armbanded, not just with like what their allergies or stuff are. Some of their long-term residents have been there for years. It's fallen off, and they know who they are, and they have to talk to the hospital, that kind of thing. So I do know that there's been some talk that they will have a banding system, and the new one will have barcodes, so potentially we can feed it into our system.
Did you involve this one, or do you plan to involve in the future the like pharmacy provider for those facilities? Since those people leave, they leave without their meds, maybe without their records, they might be the one that still has a good current med record. It might help ensure they get back on the correct med, correct scheduled dose. They tend to be a high medication load patient, and maybe they're the ones that can fill that need. Did you, or do you plan?
So we did, but the pharmacy was within the yellow zone, what we called Zone 2. And so we didn't have access, but no one had access to the pharmacy until Saturday. So we were able to track down some medications. One of the things we did do, there's a local, a rural hospital that's just north in Hillsborough where Steve mentioned. It's about 15 miles up I-35. We did talk to that hospital and asked them, have they, in the recent history, seen people from that facility? So we could see what their history was at that time. It was difficult to track that down, but we did think about that, but it wasn't, we couldn't get to that information. And some of it was about, some of the nurses just knew. I mean, some of it was they told us what it was, and the physicians at the hospitals were like, okay, it made sense, and so it was a lot of trust in the clinical staff at the nursing home that did provide what knowledge they could on the patients that they weren't already out there helping treat other people. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
You said that there are several other examples of similar geographical scenarios with the fertilizer distribution plants in small rural towns. I just wondered from a regional standpoint, are they now looking at what happened, the close proximity, and the planning ahead for another fire at one of these facilities so that there's not a repeat of West?
Yes, so so we have another community that's in another county, and the hospital is actually within 1,500 feet of their plant. And so definitely that hospital has reevaluated their HVA and moved that potential up their list, like to number 2. So like everyone knew they were there, it has elevated in our region the knowledge. And at one point, so currently emergency management knows where those are at, each in their local counties. And I know that in the emergency management realm, they're working on a map. We too, in medical operations, are beginning to plot those on our map too, so we know where those are as well, not just assume that our other partners will provide that information. So we're doing it simultaneously together. But we have, our operations center is in a separate location than our emergency operations center. And in West, our emergency operations center didn't stand up, only the medical operations center stood up. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a couple of observations. You may know that we had an ice storm earlier this year. And I was in one of the shelters, one of the shelters. And within that was an adult foster care facility that they evacuated. That worked incredibly well because the staff member from there came and was with the patients or the residents the whole time. There was always somebody familiar. We were able to put them in their own discrete locations. That we were very, very lucky, but so they all stayed together, all the residents stayed together. And there was not only the information, because the staff person came with all the information, but not only that, but the report and everything just seemed to go so smoothly. And I did ask them, what if they didn't all go to one place? And they said normally, like when they noticed the sheet with a picture on it, just a graphic information.
Right.
It worked really well.
So they also have those, but they didn't take them. They thought they were going back in, like when they started the evacuation.
So they all left.
Yeah.
And they were there for a week. But normally,
Oh, goodness.
see, if somebody would have gone to the hospital instead, that's when the sheet was just a picture.
Yes, ma'am.
And the demographic information was a company.
That's a good idea. Can I repeat the question? Yes. So, actually hers wasn't a question, it was an observation that something that worked well for them in a shelter during the ice storm was an adult foster home. Brought staff with them to watch them, but they actually had sheets of paper with the demographics and a picture to match the name, not just a regular face sheet, so you had something to match. And so that's a good idea. And the system that I was speaking of, the electronic system that we're talking about, it has a place that we could upload a picture to in that electronic system as well. But we haven't done that yet, but that's a great idea. Any other? Yes, sir?
How robust was the exercise program at that one involved facility that, had the one area affected after they kind of moved some of the people around, say, over the last 5 years?
So they've actually they've done a really good job internally exercising and exercising like the movement into, out into the outside, but not like completely moving into the facility and not being able to go back. They do about one community drill a year. Does that sound about right? But it's just the West community. The nursing homes, unfortunately, we have not included them in our regional exercises. Going forward, when we take something out, we'll take out a nursing home as well, so we can test that, just like what happened in West. So they tested very well amongst themselves and in their local community, but not in a larger spectrum when there was no place for them to go in that community because where they would go had been part of the explosion. So we have not done a good job about including them in
where they're going to need regional assistance to do what they need to do. But I am confident in the 3 regions that I service that will be happening moving forward. Y'all just want to leave early.